Christians will assume they'll try to push drugs to keep us all dumbed down and hope that they will never see the truth around. Another promise, another scene, another package lie to keep us trapped in greed. Another green bells wrapped around our minds, and endless red tape to keep the truth confined. They will not force, I will stop degrading us. They will not control us. We will be victorious.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining. This has been quite a it's a lot of work to organize something like this. However, I will say I am so excited that I actually had to extend the program an hour, because usually when I do things like this, I just reach out to a lot of people because most of them say no. So that way I'm like, whoever says yes, cool, I have people. But this time, most people said yes, and I was so excited because I do things for mutual aid quite often, and it's not always a success. So I'm so grateful to the wonderful guests who are going to be joining. There's going to be 10 guests. I'm so freaking excited. Some wonderful people at that. So my comrade Matt is going to be helping me on the back end. And Matt, like, what do you think about tonight? Are you excited?
Pretty excited. Good lineup.
Yeah, for real. We have a few video clips we want to show before our first guest joins us.
Yeah, let me get that up here. We have a music video. We can start with that.
When the genocidal army came to lay the people low, to spirit them away from lands their fate had always known, the leaders of the free world turned away their greedy eyes to protect the settler colony and spread outrageous lies. Oh, raise your voice for humanity, raise your voice to the indignity. Raise your voice for the thousands who've been slain. We sing the names for freedom yet to still be attained. When the young folk made a stand to fight for all the human race, our leaders called them evil as they blinded them with mace. Yet stronger still they cried out loud for freedom to ring true. Oh, an end to the apartheid is so long overdue.
Ooh, goosebumps.
Wow.
I love the Irish.
Irish.
Ireland.
Irish.
I was in Ireland a few years ago, but I mean, Irish, man, oh my God, they have been so kick ass for Palestine. It's been so beautiful. And I mean, Claire Daly, hello. Like, goddess, seriously.
Yeah.
So it's been so fucking amazing to watch them. They're just so phenomenal. So yes, I saw that and it was just like, ooh, okay, goosebumps. I'm tearing up. That needs to be shown. And then
we have someone just joined the call. Looks like Sundos.
Oh, Sundos, great.
Sundos. And we have a comment from Gretel. Hello, Joy, says Gretel.
So Sundos, you can bring them in. I know them from Harrisburg area. We organized together with the Harrisburg Palestinian community and do some local actions. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you for having me, Joy.
Absolutely. So you are Palestinian, and we put on some great actions locally, and we've been doing carpooling to DC and everything, which has been so phenomenal. And I'm like honored you guys even include me. It's been amazing. And one of the things I love about our group so much is it is Palestinian led. Do you want to talk about the importance of that when it comes to organizing, and just maybe for a lot of the, because our movement is so big, maybe explain the importance of, if there are Palestinians in your group, why they should be the ones taking the lead?
Yeah, of course. First of all, though, I don't believe that anyone should be thanking anyone for being included. I think that's what the standard should be. We're just not used to being inclusive as a society. So we need to work in all the ways possible to always include people. And if we're not, we need to be called in and called out if we are not including people. That's the bare minimum, in my opinion. And as somebody who doesn't drive and hasn't had a car ever in my life, I've been a transit rider most of my life and poor or low income. It's really, really important that I have access to also using my voice and being able to be heard and be seen in every space that everybody else gets to be in, just as equally. In regards to specifically Palestinian voices, I mean, when you think about any movement for liberation, we have to think about who is harmed and who is the most marginalized in this movement. And in this specific movement, it is Palestinians. We have been silenced since before 1948. We have been basically pushed aside. The concept of progressive except for Palestine has been the case my entire life. I mean, people will understand queer liberation. And as a queer person myself, I've always kind of not really felt like that was the thing that I needed to fight so hard for. People just didn't really see that first thing. I wore hijab for 10 years of my life, and that was the first thing that people saw about me. And so my identity was defined by everyone around me. But when conversations about Palestine came up, it was always like, well, it's complicated. Well, it's this, or well, it's that. And when you try to explain how horrific and truly depraved colonization really is, and the colonization of my people has been, it's really, really hard for people to understand that because of the lies and the gaslighting and the propaganda that we've been fed our entire lives. Growing up in America, I was born in Texas. I've been in America my entire life. I am so used to being in spaces where people have an opinion about Palestine that has no inclusion of Palestinian voices or experiences whatsoever, whether it's the curriculum or the teachers or the professors in college, whoever it is. Their ideology is always around what they've been told or what they've seen, what they've been fed, and it never includes our voices. And so it's more important now than ever for our voices to be centered and to be heard, because we've been saying that this is ecocide. We've been saying this is genocide. We've been saying these things for generations, and we've been writing papers about it and books and so many things, but people haven't listened to us. Now that non-Palestinians are viewing the horror that has been occurring in Palestine, people are listening, people are hearing. But at the same time, certain celebrity voices are always uplifted over Palestinians that have been doing this work forever. So it's really, really important that we bring in Palestinians, and our experiences, our direct connections to what's going on over there brings in a perspective that a lot of people won't realize if something is actually harmful to the Palestinian message or our needs or what we're actually fighting for. It's really easy to theorize or read 25 million books about something and have opinions about it. But if you've never talked to a Palestinian to actually hear what we need as a varied group of actually we have different ethnic groups within Palestine. We have different religions within Palestine. We have so many different histories. I mean, we were a part of a trade route and so many people came in and out. And before borders existed, Palestine has always existed as ancestral land, as land that we stewarded and protected and took care of. And so we are so connected to it in a way that most people, I feel like in the world, don't really understand because it's so new to so many people.
Right.
So I don't know if that answers your question, but hopefully to some degree.
Do you feel a connection to Indigenous peoples as far as Native Americans?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, whenever I'm asked about the impacts in Palestine of apartheid, of colonization, I connect it directly to the Indigenous populations in America, because in this country, we see it on a day-to-day basis. I grew up in Portland, Oregon, and lived in Seattle for a really long time. And in those cities, centering Indigenous people's voices was really, really important to the work that we did, whether it was student leadership or, you know, grassroots organizing, whatever it was. Those populations know what the land needs. They know what not the experiences, the impacts of colonization are long term, because this is a settler colony. We all are here and live with these privileges because of the genocide that occurred to Native American populations all across this empire, really, because this shouldn't be one country. There's no reason that this massive place is one country.
Yes. And do you find that that's part of the issue, is that we have these arbitrary borders, be it between countries or states or what have you, and you see like the ridiculous upset in Texas of what's going on with the illegals and all of this racism and everything over these imaginary lines.
Yes, I see these lines, these borders, these walls as things that were put into place specifically to profit and exploit people. Nothing more, nothing less, because we've been able to take care of the land and be sustainable and be happy and healthy communities long before borders existed. And honestly, as a young kid, I actually lived in Jordan for a few years of my life, and we moved to the US permanently 3 months before 9/11. And so I had a really hard time making friends. But the people that I became friends with like this were undocumented immigrants in my school who were quiet, who kept their heads down, who didn't want to make a fuss to anyone. And I was quiet because I was a little Muslim girl who wasn't going to be seen anyways. Nobody wanted to talk to me. I was a terrorist. So I didn't really have the opportunity to just kind of come into society and make friends like anybody else. I already had a label on me. So those specific Mexican students really, I mean, we have a lot of shared culture, a lot of shared values, whether it's family or collective values. They really are the reason that I learned to make more friends. So I have had really, really strong feelings about this country's immigration system from a very young age because of those experiences. The fact that you have different rights because of the way that you got here, the way that you were, whether or not you were born here or not, is ridiculous. We should all have access to free movement, which Palestinians also don't, just like undocumented immigrants don't here, and indigenous populations forced into reservations and lack of resources, lack of education, so on and so forth. I mean, everything is compounded. And so undocumented immigrants, I mean, my heart and soul, when I was fresh out of college, one of the things that I really, really loved doing was working for an undocumented immigrant organization called CAUSA in Oregon. And that was an incredible time for me. Like, Spanish and Arabic actually have a lot in common. We have a lot of shared language. Honestly, though, because of Muslim colonization of Spain for about 600 years. So that was not cool. And
Right.
Spanish colonization coming into South and Central America. But in today's age, we found a lot of commonality because of the experiences our people went through. Because America arbitrarily decided that this is their land and it's no longer part of Mexico. these borders exist now, and the resources that we have, you're not allowed to have them. You don't have access to them because you were born over here and not over here. None of us get to choose that. We are born where we're born. What makes any of us different than the next person who looks a little bit different or doesn't?
Right. And I think that's a lot of times I think people miss that, including, you know, especially white people. And I'm speaking for, you know, as a white person, I think a lot of people forget to look at that, at the fact that this is, you know, this is something that so many people have dealt with, not just Palestinians, but also you look at this and you see, okay, they're fighting over the border in places like Texas. Well, what about in Palestine, where there isn't even technically a wall in a lot of the places, but they'll be imprisoned for just crossing the street or something like that. And if they were lucky enough to be born 2 miles, you know, in front, they would have been totally cool. They would have had school, they would have had healthcare, everything like that. But because they happen to be there, that, you know, like you said, you can't help where you're born, but that is, you know, that is where their distinction lies, on that arbitrary border.
Right. If my grandparents didn't leave Palestine and they stayed in the village that I was told we were from, that village, the water is completely controlled by Israel. The land is mostly taken by Israeli settlers at this point in time. People don't have access to their own fruits or vegetables or produce. And then if they do want to go to a grocery store, how many checkpoints do you have to safely pass? I mean, I remember when I was, 12 years old, finding out one of my mom's friends, her nephew, was just walking his younger brother to school, and he just had to pass through one checkpoint. And it takes 3 hours to pass through this one checkpoint. Otherwise, it would be like a 20-minute walking trip, like 20 minutes. But anyways, that's besides the point. On his way to school to drop off his little brother, he got a rubber bullet shot to the head and he lost his eye, and he's been in prison ever since. And that was just that he was just standing at the checkpoint. You don't really, I mean, the fact that we can walk around and just grab produce at a grocery store, we can go to school safely, we can do any of these things like they're nothing. But in a colonized place, in a place that is militarily occupied, where there are no rules or regulations for the occupier, there are only rules and regulation for the occupied, anything goes. Now, if he did something aggressive in any shape or form, even looked at them wrong, even spit on the ground in front of them, I mean, that's a charge right there.
Right.
But arbitrarily, they can get away with these things. I mean, I was just reading about in Nablus, multiple Palestinians are having their water tanks. This is water that they set aside because Israel controls their water and they only have so much that they have access to. They set aside tanks on the side so that they can have water later when they don't have access to water from Israel, when Israel doesn't feel like giving them water. And not only were those tanks completely spilled and stolen, but in addition to that, the water, the river that they use to try to fill up, that is far away from their homes, is constantly surrounded by settlers who throw rocks, who harass them, who are protected by not only Israeli police, but Israeli occupation forces.
Right.
So there's no recourse for any of those bad actions.
Right. And I think that's one of the most mind-blowing things. I mean, I've spoken out about Palestine for a few years, but not to this magnitude. I don't think I even understood just how bad it was, even reading about it and, you know, talking about it and stuff. I don't think there's been so much that has come out about what has happened in the past that really has woken so many of us up. And I think, you know, that's something that we all have to do, is really learn about what happened before all of this crap started on October 7th. We're seeing today that 4 more hostages died, but nobody's talking about the over 7,000 people imprisoned who are Palestinian, who most of which who don't even have charges, who are children, who have faced horrible abuse. And everyone seems to ignore that. So what is your response as a Palestinian when you see, especially online, but you see these, you know, this gaslighting and this disgusting attempt at rationalization of, you know, no, it's not racist. This has nothing to do with race. Not at all. Like when you see people trying to, you know, twister, just like this isn't what you think it is. You know, how do you react?
Ooh, I mean, growing up, it was a lot easier, I would say, than it is right now. Even then, it's always been really a sore spot that is very triggering for me because growing up, we always watched Al Jazeera. That's the Arabic news channel that my parents always had on at home. So I've seen Palestinian kids shot and kidnapped and beat up by these massive men in full military gear and big old assault rifles and things like that. So many times in my life, I've seen Palestinian kids strapped to tanks. I've witnessed more horror than I need to, or anyone needs to. But even then, I think because I was just so used to not being heard, that I would try my best to explain and try to make it about peace. But at this point in my life, there have been too many images of mutilated children for me to have any patience for that. I find it so incredibly triggering because it just brings out so many images that have been held in my brain for so long, but especially these last couple of weeks. The things that they're doing to children in the West Bank, the things that they're doing to children in Gaza, the burning flesh, things like that. It's just, it feels impossible to have those conversations. And I'm not saying this is what other people should do. I'm just saying, as coming from a place of a lot of trauma and really struggling, I don't have those conversations anymore. If you don't see Palestinians as human beings, right, especially when it comes, for me, it's children always. I will protect a child no matter what it takes. The only times that I've ever considered hurting other people as an adult was when they hurt a child or when they got too close to my nephew, to be honest with you. So that's the hardest part for me. I would urge non-Palestinians to stand with us and to provide factual evidence, to talk about the differences in deaths, even though we're not numbers, but these numbers do make a difference to people who don't care about us as human beings. The fact that within the first 12 days after October 7th, more children had been killed in Gaza than all Israelis in any year, in all of the years before that. Not any year, but all of the years before that. More children in Gaza were killed in 12 days than any Israelis ever killed in the history of Israel. That alone should be shocking people to do something to care. But if you don't see Palestinians as human beings, if you are racist and don't want to admit it, then that's just who you are, and you're not going to stand with humanity.
Right. And I think that it's proven in the simple fact that every single time you see something egregious happening to a Palestinian, you immediately think, oh my God, if this was an Israeli kid, like, oh my God, everyone would be in the street. No one would have an issue with us in the street anymore. Everyone with their pussy hats who was out there and everything like that. Everyone, you know, this selective outrage is so disgusting. And we see all of these IDF videos of them mocking, trashing mutual aid, smashing toys, just doing the most egregious stuff, trying on women's lingerie and making fun of it, dancing, having a rave on their bones, like doing all these things on camera with hubris. And we're supposed to just not, like, that's okay because October 7th.
Right. Which also October 7th, by the way, a good few hundred of those deaths were actually IOF.
Yep.
And sure multiple hostages have admitted that. So that number that keeps getting thrown out there was IOF soldiers. There was not a single decapitated baby. There was not a single baby put in an oven, but there have been Palestinian babies put in ovens since 48. There is evidence. There are stories. There are statistics. There are investigative reports of these exact crimes: the rapes, the torture, the abuse, drugging people. That has happened throughout the last 8 months, but has also happened since before 1948, since the original militias that made up the IOF started massacring Palestinian villages left and right.
It's, I think we learned so quickly that when somebody says something, it can be proven false a million times. I mean, even the White House walked back that decapitated baby thing. I mean, Biden said he saw pictures. He said he saw pictures. And I was just rereading the article again last night, and it says, I saw pictures. And then White House walked it back. Oh, he says he didn't see pictures. He read it in an article. Okay, well, that's one of the places that has debunked it. But yet the spokesperson for the White House just said 4 days ago there's been decapitated babies. So it doesn't matter if people walk it back. People still want to use that so bad to try to rationalize, what's going on. The numbers we're getting now are 42,000 martyrs. Do you think that's accurate, or do you think it's more?
Palestinians on the ground have been saying it's hundreds of thousands for the last several months, actually. But when you don't have registries, you don't have archives, you don't have hospitals, you don't have a way to check DNA, and you have all of these bodies that have deteriorated into skeletons, you have mass graves, you have people who have been kidnapped and all their clothes changed out, and their organs, their skin has been stolen, literally, because Israel has the biggest skin bank in the world because of Palestinians. And they've admitted to that, by the way. I've watched many videos of Israeli folks talking about it. How do I identify a body? And they're counting bodies that are identified specifically. So if you are a baby, if you are an elderly person with no one else, if you are any human being whose entire family was lost and there is nobody there to identify you, to know where you come from or who you are, you're not included in that 42,000. Whatever that number is, it's when we have the time to go in and start really uncovering the depths of this monstrosity, we are going to discover things. I mean, I don't know how we can discover something more inhumane, more depraved than what we've been seeing over the last 8 months, but it is going to just get worse, because even as much as we've seen Palestinians who live there have told us time and time again, we are only getting a snapshot, a small little snapshot of what is really going on over there. So I can't even imagine how many people are unnamed. Nobody knows that they're gone, that they're missing.
Yeah, absolutely. That is such a good point. Do you have relatives you're close to in Gaza?
I do not know. My sister-in-law is from Gaza, so my brother's wife. And since the beginning of this uptick in ethnic cleansing and genocide, because it's been genocide since the 1890s, whenever they decided, they were like, let's colonize Palestine, and started literally having meetings with different government officials. It's been genocide since then. But this recent uptick, I mean, she has had a really hard time connecting with her family. And especially because WhatsApp has been one of those platforms that people of color, especially immigrants, use to be able to connect to their families across borders regularly, because it is a free platform that is very useful, that you can connect to anyone in the world from anywhere in the world. It's really, really hard to continue using that platform because we know that Meta has been using locations of people to target Palestinians. I mean, they are sharing that information very comfortably with Israeli Defense Forces.
Right.
defense.
Right. Well, it's like we have a defense budget. It's so disgusting. One thing I did also want to ask you about is, TikTok. It was caught on audio by the so-called Human Rights Campaign and the ADL, who are just egregious. That they want to take down TikTok specifically because it is the platform of, like 85% is all of us talking about free Palestine, and that they want it taken down because of that until after the election. So we've seen with, even going on TikTok, we have to say things like unalived and, like I word and, things like this, because otherwise our videos are taken down, or, they have to go for review. So what are your thoughts as far as the censorship has gone, and not just online, but even people who, one of the a UK government officials just got suspended because she liked a comment on Twitter that was a little like sarcastic spoof video that what's his name, Jon Stewart did years ago. She liked it, and then all of a sudden, so people are also losing their jobs just because we supposedly have this freedom of speech that is very evidently not existent.
I would say I'm not shocked, to be honest. When people started losing their jobs and really things started ramping up in that way, where Americans were actually having to risk something for this, I wasn't surprised, because growing up in this country, I've been in so many spaces where I was the only voice that advocated for Palestine, and people weren't happy about it, for one. But when I would post things around school, in places where students are allowed to put up flyers, they would always be taken down in a couple hours. They would just disappear. Nobody would tell me why. I wasn't able to talk about Palestine in specific spaces. It'd be like, oh, actually, no, we can't accommodate another person. But was it really that you couldn't accommodate another person, or was it the topic that I wanted to discuss?
Right.
And this is just, it's so much clearer now because it's happening on such a mass scale. But for example, one of our community members, she tried to participate in a cultural day at the Capitol here in Pennsylvania, in Harrisburg, and was recently sent an email that they don't have room for this and this table. And they said Palestine and then specifically another country. And so she offered, she was just like, actually, well, we can share tables. That's totally fine. If there's not room for another table, that's okay. We can share tables. And they responded saying, no, that's too many Arabs for this cultural festival. And then she responded, rightfully so, explaining the racism of the situation. And they canceled the event. I mean, to me, that's just another example. But also, I mean, earlier today, we had an email come from an art project that we've been working on. All of a sudden, they want us to remove Free Palestine from this art project, the words Free Palestine, within 2 days. Otherwise, we can't be at the reception for this art project. It's a community art project, and I don't want to go into too many details about specifically which art project it is, because other people are involved in working on it. But the fact is, we applied to this art project clearly talking about centering Palestinian writers for the liberation of Palestine, and it was approved. But the second that the words Free Palestine, and it was written only in one place, there's Palestine flags, there's all sorts of symbols, there's actually Free Palestine written in Arabic, not that whoever complained knows how to read Arabic. But suddenly they want us to take that down immediately. Otherwise, we can't be a part of this project.
Oh my gosh.
It's everywhere. But to me, it's especially angering right now because, like I said, I have these images of mutilated children for 8 months now. Yeah. And you're asking us to be silent. You are trying to suppress the voices of Palestinians. This is a Palestinian art project. that it's supposed to be about liberation
Right.
in the middle of a mass ethnic cleansing campaign. But this is the norm. I mean, when money and resource extraction is your main goal throughout every system of power, through every institution, and you can buy people everywhere you are, that's the norm. And this is the country we live in. It was founded on genocide, and it was built up with institutions that continue to uplift white supremacy and further genocides. I mean, we can look at Congo, we can look at Sudan, we can look at so many other countries throughout the last 100 years. We can look at Iraq and Afghanistan and so many others. We as Americans are so responsible for so much of the horror that is going on in the world because we don't speak up, honestly.
Absolutely. If you could leave someone, and this is like, I always ask people this and they're like, that's so difficult. But if you could leave, our viewers with something as a Palestinian to take away from this, something you want them to think about, something you want them to do, what would you share with them?
Oh, gosh. I think education is the number one thing in the world for anything, to be honest. I would ask every single viewer and every single person, every person who feels like humanity matters to them in some shape or form, to learn about how the systems that we live in, the norms that we exist within, how they were created and how interconnected they are. Whether it's people having to buy produce that is mass produced and picked and harvested by people at below human conditions and wages and treatment, or it's the institutions that we go to for education, how most of those chairs and tables that we sit at are literally built by people in prison making $2 an hour, prisons that are owned by companies, or how our Congress and how our government is bought by corporations and not by our actual votes. Every single piece of the puzzle of our daily lives, whether it's the things that we buy, the things that we view, everything is interconnected through imperialism, through capitalism, through white supremacist means. So I would ask everyone to read, what does imperialism mean in this country? How has it impacted South America? How has it impacted indigenous populations where you live right now? How is it impacting policing? I'm sorry, this is a really big thing to kind of ask from people.
You are so right.
But I think education is where it's at. If you understand where things intersect and connect, you can understand the oppression that people live within. Why are people so poor that if they're working full-time jobs, 2 or 3 side hustles, they're still not able to pay rent, buy groceries, and take care of their health? Why are people not able to, if they have walking devices, they can't enjoy good weather because all of the infrastructure is garbage, but we're sending money over for war after war after war in so many other countries. Like it is all one horrible piece, but as long as we are ignoring it and going and focusing only on me, myself, and I, and what can I do to survive today, the harm is going to continue and the oppression is only going to get worse. So I feel like it's a moral responsibility to understand what we participate in and what we can do to change it.
That is, you give me goosebumps. You are so right. I am so thankful for you to join tonight, Sundos. I hope I see you Friday or Saturday or our next event. Can you, do you want to give like your, do you know our Instagram offhand?
Yeah, it's at HBG Palestine Coalition.
Awesome. Thank you so much again. Much love, and your perspective was so needed. We're so appreciative. So
thank you so much for having me, Joy. Take care, everyone.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much, Matt. I just want to give people an update and go over the reason we are here. So essentially, it's not a brag. I'm just explaining why I created this event. I have over 25,000 followers, and when I share mutual aid things, I'm lucky if I get 3 shares. It's not okay. So even though I'm not technically doing like a fundraiser, because I don't want to touch any of the money, I don't want it, I don't know where to send it, I'm not dealing with that. I'm doing this because I want to highlight the GoFundMes of people in Gaza send me all the time. I get DMs every single day of GoFundMes of people who are trying to leave Palestine or people who are trying to get food or anything. And it's not enough for us to be passionate and outraged about what's happening. Yes. But what goes along with that is our government is the reason this is happening. Our government is why they don't have food. So even if we do not have the monetary means to help them ourselves, we have a responsibility as people who say that we are passionate about this cause to, at the very least, share these GoFundMes, share these mutual aid requests. Because if you share them, maybe someone will see it on your page who can chip in $5. You don't know, but at the very, very least, share these GoFundMes. Matt has put them in the description. There are 8. One of them is for a family in Congo. I want people to also recognize that Congo and Sudan are also dealing with this right now. Congo has been for God knows how long, and Sudan as well. So I figured, they reached out to me and I said, absolutely, I'll include that. Because I recently saw a TikTok by a young lady who was talking about how she was volunteering in Congo and how every time she made a video about Congo, in the comments, it was free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine, and just how frustrated she was because she's like, this is a Congo space. Please, please, please let me focus this one page on Congo. And she's right. We need to be passionate about multiple things at the same time, because not a lot of people are talking about Congo and Sudan, and they are in dire need. So I'm so glad she reached out to me. So this is one of them in the description. Matt, it looks like the Queen might be running a little late. Can you show a video?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, if you could show the one that I had to show, we were going to show with you and I in the beginning. It's a gentleman with like striking blue eyes. And
the really handsome gentleman. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like ridiculously gorgeous. Yeah.
Sure.
What about the hostages? There are dozens of Israelis that have been all but abandoned by their government, being used as an excuse to murder 40,000 people and counting. And how about the 2 million Palestinian hostages who've been bombed out of their homes, cut off from food, and who world leaders have just turned their backs on? And what about the civilians of every nation, forced to bear witness and feeling powerless against that trinity that Martin Luther King died fighting: racism, militarism, and poverty? The world is still being held hostage to that same insanity. And what about Jewish safety, held hostage by an apartheid state that bombs universities and hospitals and refugee camps and then claims to act and speak for Moses and my entire mother's side of the family? And what about Muslim safety, held hostage by Western bigotry and a global military empire, which also holds most of our public money hostage. So what about the name of Jesus Christ, held hostage by idol worshippers and money changers? And so what about our children, held hostage by a world which does not protect them because it worships violence and power and 3,000 billionaires who strip us all of our agency and dignity and our democracy, held hostage by their money? When are we going to unite in a demand for equality and reparations and basic human rights, like the right of Palestinians to simply return to their homes and be equal on the holy land, which is in truth all the land? When will we demand shalom, salam, peace, which is one word that belongs to all people and is our human right and obligation toward each other? I guess maybe when we answer that question, what about the hostages?
Honestly, one of the best videos I've ever seen on Palestine. I think that is so powerful. So beautiful.
Yeah.
Do we have, I think, Ian, the Queen's assistant, was having issue getting in. For those who don't know who I'm referring to, the Queen is Reverend Annie Chambers. She is a Black Panther and revolutionary, to put it mildly. Yes, she is trying to get in now. Oh, is that another GoFundMe or what is that? Oh,
No,
that's
it's
Reverend
Annie.
I believe we have another clip. It should say we were going to share it under Sundos.
West Bank, Israeli occupation forces set fire to a vegetable market.
Yes, we can show that.
Okay.
بابا برش ما برش ميه عليه انك قاعد.
So West Bank, I thought, was off limits, right?
Yeah.
I thought that's what they said.
That's what they said.
That Hamas doesn't live in West Bank, so they weren't going to touch it.
Yeah.
Just like Rafah was the red line for Biden. I think we have another one that was for Wednesday. I was just too into talking for Sundos to play stuff. Oh, yes. This one, it kind of goes with what she and I were discussing.
Yep.
You keep saying, what about October 7th? What about October 7th? What about October 8th? What about October 9th? What about October 10th? What about October 11th? What about October 12th? What about October 13th? What about October 14th? What about October 15th? What about October 16th? What about October 17th? What about October 18th? What about October 19th? What about October 20th? What about October 21st? What about October 22nd? Let me finish the question. Let me finish answering. What about October 23rd? What about October 24th? What about October 25th? What about October 26th? What about October 27th? What about October 28th? What about October 29th? What about October 30th? What about October 31st? What about November 1st? What about November?
Because it's like one of the, that response is like, okay, he's right. But then it's also because the dates he was giving
Mhm.
What happened? Nothing. What happened was what Israel was doing to Gaza.
Right.
That's what happened. So yeah, I thought that was a really, really great clip. What other clips do we have? I know I believe I had one more for when Sundos was on.
Let me see.
Oh, wait, is that Reverend Annie?
It sure is. Let me bring her in.
Hello.
Hi, how you,
Hi.
sweetheart? I'm fine.
So good to see you. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what was the issue with the link, but I'm so glad to have you here. You know I had to invite you. You're always the first person
Yeah.
I think of.
Thank you, thank you.
So we are doing a mutual aid for Palestine. It's all going to be GoFundMe links. All of them are in the description, because when I post them on Twitter, they don't get a lot of interaction at all. So I wanted to do this just to kind of bring attention. Look, everyone, here's GoFundMe links for Gaza. So you know about mutual aid. You know.
Yes, yes.
So I guess let's start with that. What's the importance of mutual aid to you?
Well, this is, I mean, this is the most critical time for aid, for, for Gaza, for Palestinians. This is a critical time. If you can just give whatever, give it to help, brothers and sisters there in Gaza, because it's like, and I'm using this because it's all, I was listening today to the television on one of the stations, and actually I seen it in the Israel parade. People were hollering and screaming, and if you want to talk about genocide, this is the time that we should. There's never been any Holocaust no worse than those brothers and sisters are suffering. We need to give and get anything and everything we can to support them. We need, if you can just give a few dollars, give that. Whatever you can give, we need to give it. All of us need to give a sacrifice. Give up a sacrifice to say, I'm supporting my brothers and sisters in Gaza at this time.
And what is your thought on the fact that we even have to do things like this because our government will not help them, and we're too busy giving billions of weapons and money to actually create these international war crimes?
Our government is giving money to help support a Holocaust. Our government is giving money to and support, because without that, Israel could not do what it's doing. Without the United States support, I mean, other countries may give them a little this or that, but without the support, Israel to me is a welfare state, okay, on the United States. So I hope nobody ever talks to me again about poor people in America when we can give billions of dollars to kill other people and can't give a penny to our homeless brothers and sisters on the street. We're talking about I was talking to a friend of mine. We want to make a documentation of how the homeless and encampment here in America on the streets, dying. And yet and still we got billions of dollars we can give to oppress other people, the Palestinians at this particular time. Mutual aid to me is a disgrace, America's disgrace.
Yeah.
Joe Biden and the whole, well, I've been saying some nice, not so good words, but the whole crew will have to pay for. All of them got blood on their hands.
Yep.
All of them got blood on their hands because of what they are doing. We need to, in America, and it's being done. The young people are fighting hard here in America against what's happening. I applaud y'all. I applaud y'all, for what you're doing. But, every time there's more and more mutual aid going, welfare, rather, I call it, going to Israel. It should be put Joe Biden name and then say murderer. Murderer. Baby killer. Human. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. You can talk about aiding all you want. It is that he's giving them money and weapons and all that they need to murder people.
Yeah.
That's what's happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And, he said Rafah was the red line. And after we all saw that footage of the baby without a head being held by his father, Biden was asked about it, and he said, no, that does not go beyond the red line.
He's a liar. He's an old liar. That's what he is. I ain't gonna say he ain't. He feeling. He's telling a damn lie, and he know he is. In America, everybody that has any inkling of a human being, have a human heart in their body, should cry out. But when you see, I seen little children with limbs lost, little children that just laying there, they dead. I seen elderly people, what worse of a Holocaust can it be? I hope, and I don't dislike no race of people, because there's good and bad and all, like I say. But whenever you talk to me again about the Holocaust, I'm going to remind them of Gaza and remind them of what, and this is so they can take something away from other people. But see, that's in them, always been there. They will go and steal and rob from others all over the world. We sit here in America in a land that was stolen and robbed and stealed and killed people to death. And when people look at Africa, how and all the places that you cannot, because you have some strength or money, it's wrong that you would oppress other people. America is one of the biggest oppressors in the whole wide world. The United States of America. And when you giving aid to sin in the name, you know, it's like some Jewish brothers and sisters came up to me and said, "Not in my name, not in my name." I don't agree. I don't agree, and I applaud them for that. I don't agree. Nobody that's a human being with any compassionate or any feeling in their heart for their fellow man can agree to this. Mutual aid is a disgrace in America. It's America's shame. It's America's shame.
And as someone who's been an activist for so many decades, you have done the March on Washington. You have been, a student of Fred Hampton, Malcolm X, like Fidel Castro. Like, everyone. You've been a fighter. You're a Black Panther. I mean, when you look at what's going on now, and you see millions of us in the streets for 8 months, and you still see our president is like, oh well.
He may be saying, "Oh well," but they are seeing that they have to back up. We have to stay out there. We cannot back down. We cannot back down. We're gonna get arrested. We're gonna get all kinds of things against us, but that's just a little part of what's that we're doing to contribute to show what's happening to our brothers and sisters there. They're the ones that's truly suffering.
Yeah.
If I get arrested, then I can say I can sleep tonight. Can Joe Biden sleep? If even if I lose my life, I know I died fighting for what's right. And young people like y'all are every day are on the street and in the colleges. And I love it. Thank you. Because that makes me feel good. I know that we're going to win on the end, but look at all the suffering. I want to know how we can even, just like the United States will never be able to pay back slavery. The United States will never be able to pay back the American Indians. And the United States will never be able to pay back the Palestinian people for the hand and atrocity that they have allowed to happen to them. Mutual aid is nothing but giving the goon squads welfare. That's what it is.
Yes, they call it humanitarian aid. And
humanitarian aid when they won't even let food. They won't let water. They won't let the basic human needs of people come for the people to have. And then drop and continue to shell and bomb them and kill them. That's humanitarian. I don't know where they got it from. You can't even find that. You even look it up in the dictionary, you won't find that. That's the meaning of it. No, it's not humanitarian aid that they give it. They're giving the goon squad. They got a bunch of goons. Netanyahu and all the rest of them goons over there. See, they out of greed. This world is just about greed. And since I got the big bully with me, I'm able to do it. I got the big bullies with me. So you got the European countries and you got America. So you're able to do it.
And
but
we
have
seen Biden say, hey, I am withholding weapons which he didn't. He gave it a few days later. We've seen him override Congress numerous times to give more money and more weapons. So he is not only giving people, giving this far right dictator, fascist, more, even though he said he's not going to. What he said was, if they go in and do try to arrest Netanyahu, we are sending in our troops to stop
it. He's going to send our children to die.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to send our children to die, our young people to die, because they want to be dictators.
Yep.
Because they, and he's a part of it. He's a part of it. And when Congress, anyone in Congress that don't speak out, they are part of it too. Because when you see something wrong, you must speak up. You see a real fight, a just fight, you must get into it. And they should be up in the street with the young people saying, no, this is not right. They should stand up on the floor and say, no, 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 no.
Absolutely.
Not giving humanitarian anything.
What is your message to people who are watching who maybe haven't spoken out yet, but they know it's wrong, or haven't gotten out in the streets? Now, you and I, you're in your wheelchair, you're going with the marchers. I'm blind with my cane, I'm going with the marchers. So what is your message to people who say, I know it's wrong, but I don't know if I want to go out and march or rally? What do you tell those people?
You see, I've been used to those people almost at least half of my life or more. Yeah, it's wrong, but you see, then you just a part of the problem. When you don't speak up, if you're an elderly person, like I tell my elderly associates, people that I know, when they talk about it, and I tell them, or when we talk about it, I say, come go with me. Well, I can't walk that far. Walk as far as you can. Start sending letters to the White House. Send letters to your congressperson. Make telephone calls. Let them know this is not the American people that's condoning this. This is the president, not the American people. And you my representative. So I want you to stand up and represent me, because I can't stand there. That's why I voted for you. We need, and for people who want to say, well, maybe in time, they told us that all along as Black people, we'd still be waiting.
Yeah.
For time. So the time is now. Every individual that can breathe in America, you can do something to help stop this atrocity that's happening to our brothers and sisters. Okay? We can do something to help our Palestinian brothers and sisters. We should be able to speak out. Just like people spoke out for Black people and help, then we have the same Black people. I tell the clergy, you know, they was running around with that lie about God. I didn't know, we done proved that's a lie too. So if you're about right, if you claim you are a Christian or any Christian, down to the Pope, should be saying, this is wrong. We must not allow this to happen. We must stop what's happening. We must let the United States know that they are wrong. And young men and women in the service, you know, my cousin tell me about a time that they wanted them to invade a village and the soldiers didn't do it, didn't follow directions. They all backed up in Vietnam because they knew it was nothing there but children and women, and they wouldn't invade that village. Well, young people have to stand up and say no. I will not kill other people in the name of the United States of America. We have to stand up and fight back.
Absolutely.
So everybody can do something. Everybody can do something. You know, whatever you can do, you can write. If you can't write, then you got a mouth, you can talk. If you can't talk, get a sign and hold it. But we have to be diligent about this. We have to be very diligent to let the United States know that we know that they are wrong and we don't agree. And since we have proclaimed ourselves as Americans, we don't agree. We don't agree with this.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Reverend Annie. I always love having you on. You know you're welcome anytime.
Yeah. Thank you for inviting me.
Absolutely. We love you. Take care. And thank you, Ian. Bye-bye.
Love you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Absolutely. How do you not love her? This is why I call her the queen. Do you guys understand? Black Panther, student of Fred Hampton, Malcolm, friends with Fidel Castro, like gave birth on the March on Washington and kept marching. Incredible. She really is the queen. So just a reminder to everyone tuning in, it looks like we have quite a number of people on Twitter. If you are watching on Twitter, please jump into YouTube even for a moment to smash like and subscribe. That is the only thing that's going to help my algorithm. But yes, I believe our next guest is here. And I want to also remind you guys, please remember why I'm doing this. It is to raise mutual aid for those in Gaza. There are GoFundMes in the description of today's event. Matt, is my next guest here?
Yes, he is.
Hello.
Here he is.
Hello,
Hey, Joy, how are you?
I am good. How are you? Did you get to see Reverend Annie?
I did. Yeah, it's thanks for having me follow her up.
Yes, sorry. You're awesome too. I was like, every time I have her on, I'm like, I don't know what to say now.
Right, exactly. Like just let just let it be. Just let it sit, you know? I mean, like that type of thing. Just there's nothing else to be said. Yeah.
I should have had
absolutely.
your clothes. But thank you so much for joining and being back on the show. As you know, for people who don't know you, you ran as a Green Party candidate. You stood up to corruption, as you know, as the Dems always do. They fought you to get off the ballot and such. And so where are you now? I know you're organizing a lot and you're working a lot with groups like Merchants of Death and things like that. What else are you up to on that front?
Right. I mean, so primarily I do foreign policy analysis and commentary. And I do that through the organization I belong to, the Eisenhower Media Network, which is a collection of former military and law enforcement, intelligence officials who are opposed to a militarized foreign policy and who want to see the United States follow policies of peace and diplomacy. And then I also work on other things such as Julian Assange campaign. So primarily focused on things overseas, but do what I can to a degree to help out in terms of independent politics, where I can. And so, because if we do not change the political system, then, as my friend Mike Ferner, who is the former director of Veterans for Peace, says, if we don't change the political system, we're just running after arsonists with buckets of water as opposed to taking the matches out of their hands. So if all we're doing is responding to Gaza, if all we're doing is responding to, say, Julian Assange's prosecution and persecution, if all we're doing is just responding, and not changing the system, then that's all we're ever going to be doing, is be chasing these arsonists, these madmen from one fire to the next. So that's where I'm trying to focus my efforts on.
That's a really great analogy. I love that.
I wish I could take credit for it. That's all Mike.
That's amazing. Speaking of Assange, every time you come on the show, I'm like, you got to meet him.
Yes, I met him a number of years ago when he was in the Ecuadorian embassy. So it's actually been 10 years since I've seen him, since I met him, which is really hard to believe. I mean, the only thing, harder to believe than that period of time, how quickly it's passed, is all the cruelty and suffering that's gone on with that, in terms of this unjust torture, essentially, of Julian, and then the suffering by his family, but then also too the threat to our rights, our free speech and our free press rights, both as citizens here in the United States, but this extends across the globe. This is not only an American issue regarding the First Amendment. This is a precedent that might be set where the United States clearly has extraterritorial, extra-national abilities, again, setting precedent to detain and rendition anyone around the world who violates American law. So the dangers to this are of a global nature. It's just not limited to what we risk losing here in the United States in terms of our free speech and free press rights, which are already, under assault continuously and have been for.
Absolutely. I have Jesse from the Uhuru 3 coming on later. So also knows quite a bit about that.
Really important what's going on there. Incredibly important what's going on there. And again, establish the precedent. So pick on a small organization that most people have, they're not going to care about, right? It's a Black African socialist organization. No one in the U.S. is going to care. We're going to establish our precedent with them, and then, it's established. And then, so now once you've established it by beating up on this smaller organization, you can then go after organizations that, have larger reach, to have larger support networks. But, by attacking a small organization, this is how they establish the precedent. That's essentially, certainly there was the anger at the humiliation done against the American empire by Assange and WikiLeaks, the desire for vengeance, for revenge on him and WikiLeaks. But also, too, the idea is, if we can establish this precedent with a non-American citizen, then we can really open it up and allow, and just, by having that, we can then broaden who we can suck into, that precedent.
Absolutely. And, we are seeing things like Al Jazeera in Israel getting completely shut down. So we are seeing so much of this. And what do you think? It's kind of conjecture, but it's kind of like obvious in a way. What do you think the ramifications are if within the next year, Julian ends up being extradited here?
Well, that in itself is a precedent that's set. Like this, we were saying, is this establishes the United States' ability to detain, to have a client government, an ally government, a vassal government, whatever you want to describe it as, have them detain a citizen, a non-American citizen, because the United States alleges that they violated an American law. And so, of course, that danger is just the face of it. It's obvious, but the precedent then it extends to other nations to do the same. And so what this is just a continual attack, a continual destruction of any type of international law, of any type of the validity of international institutions, the things that we need to be striving for, the things that the world created in the aftermath of World War II, you know, in an attempt to move humanity forward after witnessing a war that killed, well over 50 million people. The idea of furthering that degree of cooperation, coordination, cohabitation among nations is going to be continually eroded through things such as, say, Julian Assange's extradition. And that ties in, of course, to other attacks on international institutions and attacks on international law, such as the way the U.S., the U.S. never joined the International Criminal Court, never signed on to the Rome Statute,
Right.
but the International Court of Justice is something certainly that the United States is a part of, as well as things such as the Geneva Conventions. And you see the way the United States is just basically scoffing at those, is doing everything it can to diminish those, is doing everything it can to not just ignore them, but to outright destroy them. You see the rhetoric that comes out of Washington, D.C. about these things, that is rhetoric that is meant to destroy the abilities of those institutions and of those laws, those conventions, those treaties. So you can see how this is all tied, how this all ties together, and why this is not, in the sense of Julian's case, a singular case that you should be concerned about. This is a case that extends across the globe, but also too, you see how it ties into things as such as, if you have disregard for the international norms of free speech and a free press, then you certainly have no regard for things such as the International Court of Justice, and that allows nations like the United States to just disregard what the ICJ says in terms of, with what it says regarding Israel and Gaza. And certainly the United States not being involved with the International Criminal Court, just hinders the ability of this world, of our collective community, if you will, to ever achieve any degree of justice for war crimes. Certainly the ideas of what we're speaking about here, these bigger pictures, this has real weight. And again, this comes from a place where we were 80 years ago, following a war that killed 50 million people. This is why these institutions were created. They're far from perfect. Far from perfect. I'm not trying to shine this and make it seem as if something this is, all the aspirations have been met. But certainly the ideas of what other alternatives do we have, what other choices do we have, this type of cooperation, coordination, respect for international institutions and laws, treaties, conventions, etc. That is the best that we can do. And in the same aspect, you see other nations attempting to do things on their own. So now you see things. It's not new, certainly, but the BRICS. The BRICS community of nations, which is expanding, is certainly one way that you see nations around the world understand this threat to themselves because of the American empire, because of the American hegemony, and the way that empire, our empire, desires to destroy anything that it sees as a threat. And so you're starting to see all these alternatives coming up with, chiefly BRICS as best example again, as a way to not just to protect, but to escape from the American empire.
Absolutely. And I think we're around the same age. I remember talking to you about that before. This has certainly been the most, being online. We've seen things we've never been able to see in prior wars, conflicts, whatever you want to call it, the detail of seeing things as they're happening and seeing the babies and seeing the families and things like this, I cannot help but like wonder, you know, how bad, how much worse things were in the past that we never even knew because all we had was MSM in front of the TV.
Right.
You know, do you ever think about that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this idea that why does TikTok terrify the establishment, right? Why is Julian Assange and WikiLeaks, what they started in 2006 really changed the face of journalism and it changed the way we receive information, the way we understand our world. I mean, you marry into what Julian and WikiLeaks did with the technological revolution that we had with the internet, the ability to communicate like this ability to inform and organize and mobilize and to educate. This is something that terrifies the establishment, it terrifies the elites, it terrifies the empire. And this is why they are cracking down on it. When you had, like when we were kids, you know, I remember when I was a senior in high school, maybe I was a junior when CNN came out. So up until that point, up until the time I was 16 or 17, all there was ABC, CBS, NBC, and PBS, the PBS NewsHour. And that was it. And so if you think about that in terms of, as well as then you had the Associated Press, you had Reuters, you had Knight Rider, you had Knight Ritter, and then you had the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal. I mean, you had basically you could count them, the number of print outlets that set the standard, that set the table every day for what was on the nation's news agenda, right? I mean, so you're looking at that and you're talking about maybe 10, 11 media outlets that were able to be influenced and controlled to a degree by the government. And whether that's through access journalism, access, you know, access in the sense of denying access and providing carrots and sticks to those you like, those you don't like, or it's through more nefarious things such as the CIA's Operation Mockingbird, right, which was the CIA program to infiltrate and control American and international media. And, you know, and the former CIA director, William Casey, said, we'll know when we're successful when everything the American public believes comes from us, right? So, I mean, you had that period that we lived through when we were kids and teenagers, Joy, where that was feasible, right? I think you also had, to a degree, a higher journalistic ethos that in a place where journalists really did believe they were the fourth estate, and that, you know, that there was that more of a clash. But I think what happens as you have more outlets available, simply, you know, one, because of this technology, say, is that access journalism becomes the carrot and sticks of those are greater. So there's only so many seats in the White House briefing room, right? So you have to play ball in order to get into the White House briefing room, like that type of access journalism. And of course, as media personalities, anchors and reporters start earning millions of dollars. I mean, if you look at the people who are at the top of Fox, the top of MSNBC, et cetera, they're making 10, 15, $20 million a year, right? So, I mean, their wealth, their fortune, their fame is dependent upon their ratings or popularities, which has a lot to do with whether or not, you know, I mean, so you can get into all these aspects of it. But the thing about that is that all said, again, the idea is that there are so many outlets out there now. This technology is so impressive from what we knew 30 years ago that the government can't control it. And so this is why you have things such as the prosecution, the persecution of Julian. You have things such as the banning of TikTok. You have active censorship campaigns at all levels of the American government. And with this assault on the First Amendment comes hand in glove an assault on the Fourth Amendment, because in order to censor, you need to know what people are saying. So what you see is attack on the First Amendment that is coinciding with attacks on our privacy rights, right? I mean, so you see these two-fisted assault, and again, nothing was ever perfect. It wasn't like, the government we weren't doing these things before. It's just that this is a continuing fight that we always have to be having. And, we're, talking, I know you want to talk about Gaza, and unfortunately I've got to get off in a couple minutes, but, one of the things that puts the point on all this is our ability to know what's happening in Gaza is something that no previous generation has. And that, again, terrifies the establishment. It terrifies the empire. It upsets them. It irritates them. And it frightens them. And so the reason why we know what's happening in Gaza is because we have, this ability to see it for ourselves on our screens. And so then it becomes down to, well, are you going to believe, Israel and the American government's narratives, or are you going to believe your lying eyes? Like that type of thing. So, what we're seeing here is the big picture of it is really important, because this will impact how generations to come receive information themselves.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so, so much for joining. I really appreciate it. This is such an important event to try to raise money for Gaza. And I just thank you so much for bringing your knowledge. I was going to talk to you about Assange anyway, and you brought it right in, so it was perfect. And as always, you are always welcome back. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Joy. And I think the link for the fundraiser is in the description on the YouTube channel, right?
Yes.
So folks can please contribute, give what you can. Of course, we all know the need for it. So thank you for what you're doing, Joy.
Absolutely. Much love.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Matt is my next guest in the back room. Nasser. If he is, I would like to play his video. Matt? Oh no. Where'd my assistant go?
Hi, Joy.
Oh, hi. Thank you so
How are you?
much for joining. I know it's you're in Australia, so it's
Indeed.
14-hour difference. So thank you so much for
Well,
joining.
I'm coming to you from the future, Joy. Australia
yeah.
on the timeline. It's Tuesday morning here. Palestine is free. All of our work has been rewarded.
Yes.
So thank you so much for hosting me and for all of the guests. I've watched a few of the guests before, which is just fantastic lineup. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Hey, Matt, can you play Nasir's video I put in? Just to introduce you guys. This is why I reached out. I really love this.
And this is a shout out to our Zionists that are here, because they're watching everything we do. Come up close. We know you're here. Take a good picture. You need to know, Zionists, that you are not free. There is no freedom when you're an oppressor. There is no freedom when you're an occupier. There is no freedom when your perception of freedom equals killing, equals oppression, equals genocide. But you are trapped. We might be occupied and you might be standing on our heads, but you're stuck here too. Your language of hate is not our language. Ours is a language of love and belonging, and it's true of every single Indigenous people who get their strength from the land, who get their strength from their ancestors, who get their strength from history and connection for millennia. Land you bomb is not land you own. Land you commit an ecocide on is not land you love. Indigenous language is love, it's embrace, it's belonging. Get your foot off our heads, and unlike our language of love, we will embrace you. You'll have to say sorry, like a really big sorry, but you will say sorry, and justice will be on our terms. And today you cannot find a South African who was against apartheid. You can't find it. Every one of them, it was pro Nelson Mandela. I mean, how did apartheid exist with all of these against apartheid white South Africans who managed to come to Australia for some reason, you know? They all left after Nelson Mandela got out of jail. Know this, Zionist, you might be taking our picture today and selectively choosing quotes that you want to report in rags like The Australian. We've got the receipts. We're not going to let you forget. We're not going to let you forget. Palestine is going to be free from the river to the sea. You can colonize our land. You will not colonize our words. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea.
That gave me goosebumps. I was like, I have to reach out to him. So thank you so much for joining. First, introduce yourself, please, to those who may not be familiar.
Yeah, thanks, Joy. My name is Nasser, like the space shuttle, but named after the president of Egypt, Nasser Mashni. I'm the current president of the Australia-Palestine Advocacy Network. That's the APAC. The APAC of Australia for Palestinians. And I say the APAC as if, you know, that's who we are. The reality is our budget is about 0.01%. You know, we've got about 4.5 full-time equivalent staff who advocate on behalf of Palestine. I serve in an honorary capacity and lead a board that are all volunteers as well. My father was ethnically cleansed in 1948. And, you know, luckily, fortuitously, for certainly for me and my children, he found his way to Australia, and it meant that I was born here. And I've got a video pinned on my Instagram where I talk about the number of different apartheid and how it impacts Palestinians differently. And there's 8 types of Palestinian, and I call myself the AAA gold Palestinian, the #1 Palestinian. A lot of it has to do with, you know, the fact that I really enjoy my own work. And whilst you were watching that video, and perhaps your audience was watching that video, so too was I watching that video, even though I was in there and edited the video because I really like my work. So when I say I'm a AAA Palestinian, I mean that from the sense, you know, there's a lot of self-belief and love in myself. But it's because I'm Western assimilated and Western educated. I have a Western passport that can't be taken off me. It also means that my dislocation to Palestine is the greatest. Yeah. So I wasn't born there, didn't grow up amongst my culture, didn't grow up amongst my people. And so whilst I have the greatest luxury a Palestinian can have, which is to sound like us. I know I don't sound like us, Joy, but I sound like people here. I still look like people there, but I sound like people here. And so from an assimilation perspective, from a job perspective, from participation perspective, I get to enjoy, you know, a great life as a settler, you know, on colonized land. And then you work your way all the way through those 8 layers, and you get a #8 Palestinian, which is obviously a Palestinian in Gaza today, who's most connected to the land, who's fighting and dying steadfast and unbroken with their connection to the land, but has no opportunity for egress, has no opportunity for travel and holidays. And, you know, I've got a fridge that's full and a house that's warm. You know, we're coming into winter here, and, you know, I'm in a t-shirt inside my house. You know, this is a luxury that the overwhelming majority of Palestinians don't enjoy. So that's a little bit about my story. And, you know, I believe that AAA Palestinians, and there are many in the States, have a significant responsibility to use that advantage, to advocate for and speak up for those Palestinians that are, you know, don't have that opportunity.
Absolutely. What has the reception been like in Australia? Have you found that people have been receptive to you? Have they been really like mass organized? I know I've seen some stuff on Twitter, but as an Australian, do you find that people have been acclimated? Are people getting active, or has it gotten more so over the 8 months?
Oh, there's no question, Joy. So I did my first speech 42 years ago when Israel participated in, enabled the massacre of Sabra and Shatila in 1982. I spoke to 5 people, my father, mother, 2 brothers and an uncle. I was related to everybody in the rally. In the past 8 months, or almost 8 months, 241 days, I have traveled the length of this country, and this weekend the width of this country. I'm going to go that way, and I've spoken to hundreds of thousands and millions of people in rallies, in public forums, on the media. We've never had this level of exposure before. The engagement of people who have been able to bypass Murdoch, bypass the mainstream press, Fox, and I'm trying to think of the TV stations up there, MSNBC and all that sort of Zionist propaganda that they spew. They've been able to bypass it with their smart devices. And, you know, as your previous guest was talking about it, this is a live 4K digital genocide. And so there's a significant increase in lay knowledge of what's going on. So on October 8, those bastard Hamas killing people at a dance concert, Israel self-defense is now like, hold on, this is not self-defense. You know, somebody steals your sandwich, you know, you put your finger in the yogurt in the kitchen, you know, I don't know. But this is not self-defense. You don't wipe out every school, hospital, civil infrastructure, you know, kill 20,000 people. I mean, the death toll's way over 50,000, and it could be 100,000. Like, there's no capacity to count, no hospitals. I mean, they've killed 140 reporters. They've banned Al Jazeera. They won't let anybody in the camera. I mean, we don't know how bad it is other than the grainy images that might somehow get out when the internet comes on, you know, that we're able to see. So that level of lay knowledge has increased. But also, as an advocate, I've had a business and worked and everything, when I've never not talked about Palestine, and it was very easy to ignore me. You know, like I present a very compelling case, and I'm a very effective advocate, and I'm articulate and passionate, and you know, I got all the stories down. But when I'm speaking to power, they can just dismiss me because there is no power behind my advocacy. But today, though, streets are closed, sit-ins, petitions, die-ins, you know, mainstream Australia, as is in the States, and all over the world, encampments, you know, just the level of engagement across a huge section of society of activism has meant that you can't ignore the advocate anymore. You know, one of the very first interviews I did was on Sky News, which is our Fox affiliate. And it was 14 minutes long. I couldn't believe they just left me there. And, you know, she just kept going, Hamas. And I went, well, it's not about Hamas. But Hamas, you've got to condemn Hamas. Look, the reality is I sent you 10 press releases from the 1st of January to the 1st of October. We send one out every month. You've never asked me to be on the show.
Yeah.
On the 5th of October, 4 Palestinians were killed. Yesterday, on the 6th of October, the UN said that this is the deadliest year in Palestine for children. On the 6th of October, you don't care about Palestinians. You never cared about us. I mean, absolutely, it's outrageous that civilians were killed. But you cannot selectively say start date was 7th of October and everything was okay on the 6th because some kids decided to have a dance festival. I mean, nobody's ever actually broken that down. Who has a dance festival next door to a concentration camp? I mean, you know, the psychosis there. Over and above which nobody's actually challenged the Israelis on the Dahir doctrine that they abide. All those cars that were bombed out were strafed from Apache helicopters. You know, and that killing, let alone what we really need to be focusing on, is the absolute Holocaust. And we, you know, I've always resisted comparisons between Nazis and Zionism and Nazi words and the Palestinian oppression or Zionist oppression because it's unhelpful. But when the defense minister says we're dealing with human animals, when the Prime Minister says, well, invokes, you know, Amalek, you know, an Old Testament story about wiping out, you know, an entire civilization. Well, there can be, and which is why the International Court of Justice has said, you know, these people are chance of committing a plausible genocide, which is why the International Criminal Court wants to issue warrants for these vile, despicable characters. That, you know, it's, you know, now they've made the comparisons absolute.
Sure.
It is a death camp. There is no question. This is not about self-defense. There is no question. This is not about Hamas. They are making Gaza unlivable so that at some point when the bombing stops, there are no schools. Those kids have to be educated somewhere. There are no hospitals. They have to be cared for somewhere. And people are placed somewhere else for a period of time. And whilst my father was ethnically cleansed at the end of a bayonet, yeah, anybody that was slow got stabbed and they got pushed out like that. Gaza 23 is a slow burn ethnic cleanse where they've rolled in a grenade, and the time on that grenade is 15 years. Because those kids going to school in Cairo, in Damascus, in Washington, Pennsylvania, wherever they might be going to school for the next decade while Gaza gets rebuilt, who goes back?
Right.
Who goes back? This is a slow burn ethnic cleanse. And I believe a template to what they will do to the West Bank.
Absolutely. Yeah, earlier tonight we showed a video of what they're doing in the West Bank, what they did last night. I mean, they at first they said Hamas isn't there, we're not going into West Bank. Then they said, you know, then Biden said we're not, you know, it's a red line in Rafah, and we're seeing these goalposts moved continually. Do you have family in Palestine that you're able to communicate with?
So my family, so they're predominantly what I call level 4 Palestinians. So we're from East Jerusalem in the West Bank. So they were never ethnically cleansed. They were occupied in '67, but we have land. Yeah. So the 1948 Palestinians that ended up in the West Bank as refugees still live in refugee camps, whereas we had land. So we're affluent.
Right.
And the majority of our family have American citizenship as well. That said, it is increasingly becoming hostile beyond imagining, whether it be checkpoints, whether it be curfews, whether it be incursions of rampaging settlers. You know, it is the level of heat in Zionist Israeli police, soldiers, society is at a point where people, you know, are clutching kids. They're moving in small groups and only when necessary, and in a perpetual state of siege and fear. Yeah, it's no way to live. It's no way to live, and it's abhorrent and despicable that, you know, Biden keeps drawing a red line on a whiteboard with a marker that Benjamin Netanyahu just comes and wipes off 2 seconds later. You know, it's just unfathomable. That said, I'm increasingly heartened by how the world is reacting. Yeah, and with the Commissioner Khan, Prosecutor Khan, saying that he's going to be seeking warrants for the arrest of Netanyahu and Gallant. That, you know, France said, of course, if he came here, we have respect the ICC, we'd arrest him. Germany, who has given Israel second only to the United States in diplomatic, military, media support, has said we'd arrest him. We respect the ICC. Over the weekend, there is French military fair, you know, where countries sell their weapons of death. They've banned Israel from participating, yeah, which is no little thing. Pret a Manager, which is a European coffee chain, like a Starbucks, but better. But I say better because they cancelled their deal to open up stores in Israel overnight.
Good.
The Copa America, the South American Football League, has said that Israel won't be participating this year. So Israel exists the way it exists because of the diplomatic immunity, the diplomatic legitimacy, the military aid that the West gives it. It doesn't exist the way it exists because Gabon said so, or Ecuador said so, or Egypt said so. It exists the way it exists primarily because the United States says you can exist that way as an apartheid, racist, genocidal regime. As a rogue state, when the International Court of Justice says, stop your attack on Rafah, here's an order, within 24 hours, Israel drops a small car, a 2,000-pound bomb, a small car, onto a tent city that displaced people who have been displaced 4 or 5 times. Move south, move south, move south, move to Rafah, move to this bit of Rafah. That Israel has the coordinates of that tent city that people are sitting in and drops a 2,000-pound bomb. We should be clear. I mean, when you drop a bomb on a building, the building absorbs shrapnel and stuff. There's still bits that fly out. When you drop a bomb onto tents, there is nothing stopping the explosion,
right,
other than human bodies.
Right.
And to do so within 24 hours of the International Court saying, stop attacking Rafah, the highest court on earth, the court that the world put into place to ensure that we didn't have another Srebrenica, that we didn't have another Holocaust, that we didn't have another Rwandan genocide, to make sure that we didn't do it as signatories to the Rome Statute. The United States isn't. Our obligations are to ensure Holocaust, that genocides don't occur. That to ignore that order is to say, I'm not going to be held accountable. Nobody can tell me what to do. And that is absolutely the definition of rogue. Israel is a rogue state. It needs to be treated like other rogue states. When the ICC issued an arrest warrant for Vladimir Putin, the West was unanimous. Well done, International Criminal Court. You're doing exactly what you need to do. The same guy assumed that the same burden of proof, etc., was necessary for him to speak in this way, issues it for Benjamin Netanyahu and Noah Gallant, and suddenly the International Criminal Court is an anti-Semite. I mean, it's anti-Semitic. It's just absurd. And this hypocrisy and duplicity is being exposed to the whole world, that Israel is this protected species. Now, the increasing international isolation makes the cost of holding this garrison state, in an empire sense, and for those who've played board games, Risk and stuff, to the cost of holding Israel is going to get more and more expensive. And I imagine, I certainly believe, peak Israel was October 6th. Peak Israel. Today, because of mobile phone technology and stuff, you don't get to put that milk back in the carton. The milk's spilt. Israel's not going to be normal again. You can keep saying we're normal, but nobody's buying that shit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's one of the most heartening things is we are seeing, other countries coming forward and saying, like you were saying, withdrawing communications with Israel and doing things with them. And that's very, I don't think they realized just how bad it was going to get for them as far as, the way that we perceive them is accurately so.
Absolutely. Israel enjoyed the fact that it was a normal country,
Right.
We've got the visa waiver program to fly into the States. We're like a normal country. Why? We're like everybody else. This is not how normal countries behave. And when I say normal countries, I don't count the States as a normal country, because this is actually how the States behaves. It behaved this way when it went illegally into Iraq and killed 1 million innocent Iraqis. It behaved this way, and George Bush, Blair, and our own former Prime Minister John Howard walk the streets free, yet they are as guilty of war crimes as Benjamin Netanyahu does. That this is from the legitimacy Israel enjoyed as a normal country. Again, understand that the United States isn't a normal country because it does bomb people for resources, bombs people for control, is a settler colony and a settler colonial enterprise that deprives its indigenous people of rights, etc. But to the lay person, their exposure or connection to or understanding of Israel might be, from Eurovision, from somebody singing. It might be from a Netflix TV show they watched that was produced in Israel. It might be, because a TV show. I watch one of your TV shows, Porn Stars or something, where there's like a pawn shop and people are bringing stuff in, and every second. I mean, I like the show. Like I don't know, it's a little bit of my trashness coming out. But the guy, his name's Yossi, and every time it says, Yossi from Israel, and like it's so people's understanding of what is Israel. And the real challenge with that is how it's manifesting itself today, and being weaponized by Zionists into anti-Semitism. For so long, what the Zionist lobby has done, what AIPAC has done, is to conflate Israel with Jews and Judaism, and it's not the truth. So many of our most ardent and strong supporters here in Australia, but also, like I see the vision from the States, are Jewish siblings, our Jewish brothers and sisters who are putting themselves and using their advantage and using their privilege to protect Palestinians. They're at the front line, whether it's at the encampments or closing down streets. Judaism is a noble religion. It's a noble, and it's connected to Palestine. And Palestinians don't deny Jewish connection to the land. Yeah, we just don't accept that it's superior. Don't accept that it's superior. And that ultimately is the definition of Zionism. It says that I need a Jewish homeland, and I need it at your expense, Nasser. And not only at your expense, Nasser, I'm going to kick the living hell out of you every 6 months or so as well. So that's the problem with Zionism as opposed to Judaism.
Absolutely.
And that conflation now, that conflation that AIPAC and those Zionist lobby Israel First organizations have done, is a layperson who perhaps is watching this for the first time, has never been exposed to anything, is seeing kids getting pulled out of tents with no heads, is seeing kids with no limbs, is seeing, the whole school year cancelled, is seeing just the absolute devastation and horror show that is this genocide, is this Holocaust, and says, F Israel, and in their minds, Israel is Jews, F Jews. And you go, no, look, we've got to help you along here. Israel is not Jews, and Zionism, most Zionists in the world are not Jewish. Joe Biden, devout Zionist, yeah. And understanding that Zionism is actually in the hierarchy of white supremacism, of patriarchy, of hate. That that fight against that hierarchy of hate is a fight we all need to be part of, because it, the other side of it is our liberation of all oppressed people. But also, as I said in the video, if you're an oppressor, you're trapped too. There is no freedom if you're standing on my throat. You're stuck here too. Look, you feel better because you're the one doing the standing, but that's not freedom.
Absolutely. You are so right. I wish I could talk to you for so much longer, but I thank you so much for joining.
Dig deep, everybody. See the links in there. I won't talk about my charity because you won't get any deductions.
Yes,
no, not about mine. Support the charities on Joy's YouTube. Thank you so much, Joy, and I wish you the very best for the rest of the show.
Thank you so much, Nasser. I appreciate it. Your perspective was so needed, and keep doing what you're doing because you're kicking ass.
Solidarity, sister.
Solidarity.
Go to my Instagram. I am the Nas man. I am the Nas man. It used to be just for my kids, but now it's like got 30,000 followers or something. All my good content is there.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Take care.
Matt, did AJAMU have to dip? Did he come?
He did. He had a thing at 8:05. But if you have a slot open after 8:30, he said he could hop back in. Just let him know.
Okay. I don't know why what the heck happened to my screen?
We have Eli here though.
How do I wait, let me see. How do I bring this up? See. Cancel. Oh, there I am. Okay. I was like, I can't see anything, but not just because of my blindness. Okay. All right. Awesomeness. Thank you guys all so much for watching. I just want to remind you to keep in mind why I'm doing this. This is for mutual aid for Gaza. And there are GoFundMe links in the description. They are so important. They are people who have reached out to me personally saying, look, I need help. And, no one really shares them when I put them on my page, quite honestly. So I wanted to do this to bring attention to them. So if you can chip in a few bucks, there's, I believe, 8 links in the description. One of them is for a family in Congo, and then the rest are for Gaza. So if you can, it'd be great. At the very, very least, please share this stream and quote tweet. Please, donate and share for these people in Gaza. We are doing so much, but we also need to help in any way, whether even that's just spreading the word that, these people are reaching out to either try to get out of Palestine or to acquire food. Whichever the case may be. So please definitely share. Also, I see a whole lot of you watching on Twitter. Please jump into YouTube for at least a moment, smash like and subscribe. That's the only thing that is going to help my algorithm. So thank you so much once again. And wonderful talk by Nasser. What a great man. He's fascinating. We ended on speaking about things per Judaism, which is perfect for my next guest. Ellie, thank you so much for coming back.
Happy to be here. Hey, everybody.
Thanks so much for joining. Your perspective is so needed. I got so lucky because out of 10 guests, I have such an array of people and it's so exciting. Matt, I have a video. Can you show this video and then we'll open up the discussion?
Oh boy.
Yes, my name is Rabbi Jacob Miller of the Turkata International. We are a group of Jewish rabbis protesting against what the Zionists are doing today in Rafah and the last few months in Gaza and the last 75 years for the Palestinian people. This occupation, what they're doing on the Palestinian people, is not only forbidden by criminal law, it's against the Jewish religion to create their own state in exile and to throw out other people from the land. Killing and killing is forbidden by Jewish law. And we are saying for the whole world, please don't conflate Judaism with Zionism, and don't conflate with anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. So the opposite, being against the Zionists, is not anti-Semitic at all. It's just standing up for justice and for peace. Jewish people all over the world demand a free Palestine, a total ceasefire, and a total free Palestine nowadays, and we pray for a peaceful end of occupation of Palestine.
I thought that was a pretty amazing video.
Yeah, Nateri Carte, I agree with absolutely everything they just said. I definitely have some disagreements with them on some other social issues. They're, in other ways pretty conservative, but absolutely. Yeah. I mean, they're, but I agree with absolutely everything you said. He said it very well. It's very concise. Yeah. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. To equate Judaism and all Jewish people with an apartheid genocidal regime is not only not true, but I would say anti-Semitic. It's really an awful thing to do everything you can to make people think this is a 1-to-1 ratio. People committing terrible atrocities and the Jewish people. When there's such a history of not only Jews being victims of atrocities and human rights violations and racism and displacement and all these things, but also a rich history of Jews being part of leading and mobilizing for justice on all sorts of issues that directly affect Jews, but more broadly, anti-racism and workers' rights and things. And so it really is a really sad representation of the Jewish people to insist that this is the Jewish people.
Do you find when you're on social media, for some reason, I find that people will be like, I'm not Jewish, but this is anti-Semitic. Do you find that a lot? Like a lot of people that say anti-Semitic are not Jewish?
Yeah, no, that's definitely a thing. What's even more extreme is when the German government is arresting people, including Jewish people, on accusations of anti-Semitism because they're standing up for human rights, because they're standing up for the Palestinian people, for Palestinian liberation. Yes, it's online, it's IRL in multiple countries, but the US and Germany have been especially bad. I think England as well.
The irony, it's astounding.
Yeah, you had also, what's her name? Meghan McCain was getting into a lot of arguments with Ellie Valley. By the way, yeah, I pronounce my name the same way as Ellie Valley. But yeah, very much Meghan McCain was like, I'm not Jewish, but I feel for the Jewish people. And she, managed to attack a prominent progressive Jew, leftist Jew. Ellie Valley is an amazing artist. Anyway, yes, there's a lot of that going on.
Wow. So, Jewish Voice for Peace has actually been called out on MSM and things like that. I have seen people make videos on TikTok saying that, I had on a band t-shirt and they're like, just because you're wearing a band t-shirt doesn't mean you're in a band. And saying things like, so they're wearing those shirts, that doesn't mean they're Jewish. And, things like that. I cannot even fathom. What is it like to hear your organization being, quoted on MSM and on these leaked tapes and things like that?
Sorry, what do you mean by on MSM?
Like mainstream media?
Just in general, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's awful. And at the same time, I will say, I think that many people know Jewish Voice for Peace, know JVP, and have very positive associations. Sure. But yeah, we're on lists of anti-Semitic organizations. The ADL, people need to understand, is a horrible organization in general. But yeah, they certainly list that. I don't know, I guess, logical fallacies, no true Scotsman, just you can't be Jewish. Like I said, there's a rich tradition of Jews standing up for justice. We are part of that tradition. So go fuck yourself. I'm not sure if I can say that on your stream, but yeah, and we have rabbis in JVP. We have people who grew up in very religious upbringings, and also you can legitimately be part of a religion and part of a people, even if you aren't extremely observant, as the vast majority of Americans are. If you're Catholic and you're not as observant as some people, do you want people saying, oh, you're not really Catholic? Anyway, but just in general, yeah, we're not part of the certain elite organizations that have, frankly, the most money compared to our smaller organizations. But that doesn't mean that we're not real Jews. That doesn't mean that what they're doing is not against Jewish values, which it absolutely is.
One of the things that really stuck with me last time you were on my show is that when we were talking about this exact thing, that people saying that things are anti-Semitic that are not, for sticking up for Palestine, you said this makes Jews unsafe. Can you kind of elaborate on that more?
Yeah, I think the main thing I want to emphasize is that Jewish people will be safe when Palestinians are safe. We are intertwined, right? And in general, in history, Jews have been safest when we were living in societies that were accepting and everyone had rights and there wasn't discrimination in general. But the Zionist dream is a very, very right-wing dream. It's a very hierarchical dream where we will be safe once we have power over everyone else. When we are at the top of the hierarchy, that's what's going to make Jews safe. And it'll make some Jews safe some of the time, but not in any sort of long term. We have to fight for actual equality, freedom for everyone. That's what will make Jews safe. And fighting for this hierarchy, which, by the way, also definitely has white people at the top. Like every prime minister from Israel has been white, has been Ashkenazi even. It's a very hierarchical society, even though about half of Israeli Jews are Arab, are from Arab countries, right? And yet, again, you have this small group at the top. So Zionists are not fighting for a world of safety. They're fighting for a world of dominance. And when people dominate, there's always going to be resistance. So no, you're not going to be safe. But certainly your soul, your morality is not going to be safe.
That is amazing. That is such a good point. You were one of many who got arrested in DC at the Capitol. And, you know, we saw, you know,
I'm wearing that shirt. I'm wearing that shirt right now.
Oh, nice.
Not in our name. Jews say ceasefire on the back. Yeah.
That was such a powerful rally because that was my first time going to a rally for Jewish Voice for Peace. And, you know, I'm a humanist, so I don't ascribe to any religion, but I found myself praying, you know, with the Jewish people and things. I just felt so connected and it was so powerful. And, you know, but just the irony of seeing so many Jewish people brought out in handcuffs, it was overwhelming. And what does that feel like for you when you turn on, you know, when you go to Twitter and you see all of these people, not in our name t-shirts, being taken away in handcuffs because they are having the audacity to say free Palestine?
I mean, honestly, I feel proud. I'm proud that so many Jews are standing up. And then we've had recently so many students standing up with the encampments. And it's funny, you mentioned, you know, you got arrested in DC. And so I've got a bit of an update, which is that, so just a couple weeks later, I also got arrested on the campus of Brandeis University. I attended a peaceful protest. I'm not sure if I had by the time I talked to you, but November 10th, I went to a peaceful protest in support of Palestine, in support of SJP, Students for Justice in Palestine. Brandeis shut down that group. And so JVP members were there to support. And suddenly the cops said we had to leave. And as we were leaving, they pursued us and threw people to the ground violently. And I had the audacity to try to record what they were doing and to try to get people's names so we could help them with court support. And then they arrested me. And I've been going to court since then, since November, and still have not had the charges dismissed. I was just in court this morning, so that's the update. I was just in the court this morning, and apparently I'm probably going to have to accept a plea deal where I have 1 year probation for attending a nonviolent protest. They don't even accuse me of doing anything violent. It's really a bad precedent that, if I go to a protest, I might get arrested, be hung up in court for months, and then have to have probation, which means you really have to be careful not to get arrested again, which means you can't go to protest. So it's such anti-free speech. All these free speech warriors are obviously over and over exposing themselves. But of course, the focus should be on Gaza. The focus should be on Rafah, the genocide that's happening, the massacres that are occurring in Rafah, crossing Joe Biden's supposed red line, and the imminent starvation that the people of Gaza are facing. They're talking about the greatest famine we've seen in decades, and it's 100% preventable. We have food. We have roads that can get to the people who need food, and it's being blocked by the Israeli military. It's being blocked by Israeli settlers who are being allowed to sabotage aid trucks. And the United States is occasionally saying, no, stop, let those aid in. Oh, you better not cross that line. And then doing absolutely nothing. These people have shown that there is a genocidal regime that will break international law over and over again. Words are not enough. Our government needs to take action. Our government needs to stop sending weapons to Israel, stop sending any sort of funding to this genocidal regime. And then, you know, I bring up my case just to emphasize that they are trying to criminalize speaking up about that genocide. People get very defensive when they're committing a genocide and very, very complicit in it. But we need to keep speaking up, you know. It's a pain what I'm going through, but it's absolutely worth it if it's part of speaking out against this. And you know, most people are not getting arrested. Most people are not having to deal with this. And most people who are getting arrested have some sort of understanding that that's going to happen, and they're doing an act of civil disobedience. Mine was a case where it was unexpected, and yeah, it was upsetting, but it's still totally worth it. And I really encourage everybody to get involved locally. To continue to do that.
Absolutely. We, you know, as Americans, it's just bananas watching Biden, you know, go over Congress's head and pushing weapons and money through that, you know, aren't being, you know, approved of, things like that. But then most recently, he said, no, that's not crossing the red line. He said that about that video with the baby and the father. And he also said, hey, if they go in to arrest Netanyahu, we're sending our troops over to stop it. So, but at the same time, everyone in our country is, you need to be scared of Trump because he's a right-wing fascist dictator. But Netanyahu is a right-wing fascist dictator as well. And what's your reaction to, so you didn't hear about that he was like, we're going to not allow them to arrest Netanyahu?
No, I hadn't heard that, but it's not surprising. Mm-hmm. And what's upsetting is people like, so I'm in Arlington, Massachusetts, and I happen to be represented by a woman named Catherine Clark in Congress. She represents me in Congress, and she is the second most powerful Democrat in the House, right? And I met with her face to face, and she said that, you know, she agrees that Netanyahu is not the leader to bring peace, and she will talk about some negative things about Netanyahu. So first of all, she's trying to say Netanyahu bad, Israel good, which is ridiculous. But also, as you're saying, even when there is a focus on Netanyahu and his crimes, our government is saying, oh, we will defend this person, even when they're trying to say, oh, he's the bad one. And yeah, I mean, Representative Clark, her office told me, oh, we talk to the White House every single day. So they're in lockstep with this idea of defending Netanyahu, even as they try to say, oh, Netanyahu's the real problem, but the rest of Israel we support.
My rep is John Fetterman.
So... Oh, wow. Well, yeah, yeah.
And I've been protesting his ass for years, mostly for other stuff. But now, oh my God. So, you know, but that brings up a good point. It's not just Biden. We have a lot of freaking pressure for our, you know, state reps and things like that as well, because they're the ones who are, you know, voting on a lot of these things. You know, we're seeing, you know, some you know, word salads like, no, this is wrong. You know, like Biden came out today and he's like, this is wrong. But then he threw in a release the hostages after it. You know, we're seeing these things that you're like, okay, maybe, you know, and then the last sentence, like,
Did you see former President Barack Obama's tweet? Did you already talk about that?
No.
Oh, we should look at that right now. Let's parse some language. Like, he just used every word he could to minimize what Israel has done to Palestinians and maximize what Hamas did on that one day. He talked about how Israelis were slaughtered, and he talked about, thank you, he talked about how Palestinian families were shattered. Like, no, they were murdered by bombs that we built for them.
Right.
I don't know. Do we want to read this or? But yeah, it's just everything he's saying. And also, he hasn't tweeted about Gaza since like November or October, right? So our great former president has done absolutely nothing. And I mean, this whole thing was that basically. Also, Biden sent out a tweet saying, hey, we made a deal that the Israelis agreed to. Now we just need to get Hamas to agree to it. And that was completely not true. And basically, Biden is like trying to, Biden's account will send out a tweet. Obama's account will send out a tweet. Maybe then Netanyahu will feel pressured to agree to it. And Netanyahu is just like, no, I don't agree to this. And Netanyahu literally said, I'm not going to end this for hostages. Hostages are not enough for me to end this, which we've known all along. They've been an excuse all along. But he said it very clearly, and he's in total defiance of our current and our former president. He doesn't care. He only will understand actions, not words. And so that's what we need from our government. And if our government was not involved, it'd be one thing. It's just like, well, he's doing what he's doing. But Israel could not do what Israel is doing without the United States money, the United States weapons, and the United States political and cultural cover for Israel.
Absolutely. You're so right. I feel like I could talk to you forever again. I always love having you, but if there's something you want to leave with the audience, what do you want them to take away?
Get involved, right? So we have seen shifts. We are seeing the biggest mobilization for Palestinian liberation. And we need to keep that going. I see evidence of it growing all the time. There's certainly a lot of us who are tired and some of us who are going to step back sometimes, but there's so many new people and we need to keep doing this. And it can seem very hopeless, but Israel is in a tough spot. Israel has lost so much power on the world stage, right? And we've just never had so many people who find Zionism and Israel unacceptable. And so get involved, keep working. Ideally, find a group in your area to work with. And of course, call your representative and stuff, but really try to get to be part of a group. There are JVP chapters around the country, and Jewish Voice for Peace. We welcome people of all backgrounds, but also there's other types of organizations too. So definitely check it out. Get involved, please.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate it, and thank you for all the incredible work you and your comrades are doing.
For sure. Thank you so much. This is great. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Much love.
Awesome. All right. Take care.
You too. Matt, do we have our next guest?
Oh, hey, there I am.
Enlarge this. Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am hanging in there.
Yeah, that was a better answer. I feel like the "How are you?" question is a loaded one these days. So I'm personally okay, but
I'm trying to look at your chair. Is that a chair behind you, or is that something?
Oh no, it's a. I'm in my studio right now, so it's like a sound diffuser.
Oh, that's rad. So if you guys don't know, this is John from Eve 6. I know a lot of you guys were like, where did Eve 6 go on Twitter? Max was taking a break, but he's back now. He had the wise mentality to take a break. I can't do it. I've done it for 2 days, and then I'm like, okay, and then I come back and I'm like, why'd I come back?
Yeah.
So you have the right idea. But thank you so much for joining, John. It's so good to see you.
It's good to see you.
You are someone I definitely wanted to talk to because, you know, well, we've known each other over 20 years, but the past several times I've seen you play, you've had a Free Palestine sticker on your guitar.
Mm-hmm.
That was way before October. So I wanted to ask you what first got you into Free Palestine? How'd you learn about it?
Yeah, so I believe I picked that sticker up at the protests in 2021 during Sheikh Jarrah. But I think what really sort of made me understand was becoming friends with Mike Preisner and Abby Martin of the Empire Files, and I became friends with them shortly after their Gaza Fights for Freedom documentary came out, and that was just life changing for me. Yeah. I feel like anyone who's paying attention has probably watched it, but if not, you can go see it for free on their website. But it was basically documenting the March of Return in 2018, when, you know, people peacefully marched to the border and were gunned down, you know, really showing that, you know, all the arguments of, well, why can't they do this peacefully? Like they've tried everything, you know, to get out of this prison and have their rights and their land given back, and none of it has worked. So I think that was when I really became, like, you know, really understanding and passionate about the cause of Palestinian liberation.
Absolutely. And man, they are amazing. They are so great. So shout out to them for sure. Yeah. You know, you are in Texas. So, you know, we are seeing stuff from the university, like encampments and stuff. What is you're Austin, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm in Austin, yeah.
So what's the movement like where you are? Are there a lot of protests, rallies?
Yeah, it's actually, I've been very proud of Austin, because I moved here a few years ago, and, you know, I haven't seen, I moved here just like after the 2020, you know, George Floyd uprising. So I wasn't here. I was in LA for that. But since I've been here, I haven't seen anything like what I've seen in the last 7 months. I mean, it has been a full mobilization. We have a massive, like, Austin for Palestine coalition with all the groups in town. It's yeah, I mean, for Texas, it's been massive nonstop mobilizations, I would say, for the last 8 months or whatever it's been.
That is so incredible. I know when we were texting, wow, it might have been like a year ago or so, but we were texting about, like, they were doing like reproductive rights marches and stuff like that. So like, explain to people what the misconception is of Texas. You know, so, like, I'm in Pennsylvania. So many people are like, oh, Texas, that's so right wing. So, you know, kind of dispel that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, the South in general sort of tends to get this preconceived notion about it. And, you know, I think in a lot of ways that's putting aside a lot of the history of struggle in the United States. And you know, I think that, yeah, I mean, here in Austin, our, you know, mayor and city council are essentially all Democrats. But right. We all know what that means. But, you know, it's definitely still a very Republican sort of right-leaning state in terms of the leadership, but you know, there's lots and lots of working class people here, just like everywhere else, and you know, the struggle is just as strong here as anywhere else, really.
Absolutely. What are, you know, you're not online too much, which is really good. We don't post that much. I'll put it that way.
That much. Yeah. I definitely spend too much time looking at Twitter, but I don't post too much.
What, you know, I was speaking earlier about, you know, with Matthew Ho, when, you know, we're comparable age, you know, growing up, seeing wars and everything, we did not have social media. We did not, you know, we saw numbers, we saw percentages, we maybe saw an interview with someone in the military. But what's it like for you to actually, you know, this time feels very different to actually, you know, be able to see all these videos of what is actually going on? It's something we've really never seen before.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's sort of it's the double-edged sword, right? I mean, it's, you know, there's so much just awful shit on the internet, and you know, there's so much misinformation, and there's, you know, there's so much bad. But on the same hand, like, yeah, where would we be right now without you know, without these incredible, you know, reporters on the ground in Gaza, and, you know, that the stuff that they've captured is not going to get picked up by CNN or, you know, MSNBC. So having that outlet has been really incredible. I'm sure, you know, that's obviously why the government is trying to crack down on that kind of stuff, TikTok and whatnot. But I think that the cat is out of the bag a little bit, which is a good thing. So yeah, I mean, I think all in all, as you know, as much of a cesspool as Twitter is, and you know, all of the complaints that we have, I think that I think social media has been you know, a net positive in terms of, you know, sort of public perception and you know, and all of that, and just, you know, people learning about this in other ways, because if you just turn on obviously any mainstream news, it's a totally different story, you know.
Absolutely. One of the things, you know, I've been talking about, you know, with several people tonight is just, you know, what inspires you to keep going? What, you know, I certainly have defeatist days where I'm like, fuck this, I'm done. What's the point? I can't, they're not listening. You know, if you have days like that, what gets you out of that mood and keeps you going?
I think, I mean, yeah, everyone has those days, and sometimes you have to just like take a day to sleep and recharge, or whatever that looks like, you know, for you. But I think what keeps me going is, you know, it's my conviction, and then it's my comrades. You know, I think if you're just all on your own, you know, it can be overwhelming, but having folks that are in the struggle with you, and are, you know, are just as determined as you, like, you know, you feed off of each other, and you know, you feed off of the movement, and, you know, these sorts of struggles can't happen through any just one, you know, one individual. So that's what keeps me going.
Absolutely. When you know, when you think about Palestine, and do you try to, like, talk to people if they troll you and say, what about October 7th? Do you try to say something, or are you just like, fuck you?
Not anymore. Not anymore. In the beginning, in the beginning, I think there, that there was a lot of that. And, I generally didn't even then engage if it was in bad faith. If I thought someone was actually trying to understand the truth, then I'd be more willing to have that conversation. But at this point, it's been long enough. If you don't see the truth, it's because you don't want to. And I don't know that there's any changing that, and wasting time going around in circles with people like that, I think is not what we should be doing.
Yeah, it's definitely more frustrating than anything to even go there. Do you think that more people are coming around?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, I think that you're even starting to notice glimpses of it in mainstream media. There's an obvious. I mean, I think even within the Democratic establishment, like they're starting to admit that one of the major reasons why Biden is polling so low is because of he's supporting a genocide. So I do think that people are coming around, and I mean, just in general, it's been incredible. I mean, 20 years ago, even anti-war groups were afraid to say free Palestine, because it was such a touchy subject. And so to see what we've seen in the last, and even back to previous things like Sheikh Jarrah in 2021, it was nothing like what it is now in terms of public consciousness. And I mean, we've seen rallies with 150,000 people at them in the United States. I mean, outside of the United States,
that was normal.
Yeah, much larger. But I think that, I think that the public perception has switched tremendously, and I think more and more people are starting to come around. I think some of it is the liberal tendency to be like, oh, well, it's Netanyahu, he's a right winger, which Netanyahu is a right winger and he's an evil person. But, just a change in regime isn't going to change, what the Zionist project is,
And as an American, what are your thoughts with, other countries saying that South Africa should take us on too, because we're providing, the ammo and the money?
Totally agree. Totally agree. I think that, this is, Israel is essentially a colonial outpost for the United States. I'm against colonialism. I'm against I'm an anti-imperialist. I think a majority of the strife around the world is, at least the United States has some sort of hand in it. So I agree. Biden's a war criminal. Trump was a war criminal. Obama was a war criminal. Obviously, Bush was a war criminal. So yeah, I'm right there with him.
Absolutely. Let's say they did, and this is conjecture, but let's say they did, and the United States was held to account for some things. Do you think that would change anything in our system?
Wow. I would have to probably think about that for a little while to have a fully, realized answer. But
500-word essay, text it
yeah,
to me.
Yeah, I'll get that to you. But yes, I do. I do think it would change a lot. It would be a huge struggle. And I think mainly, what's already happening is you know, the United States grip on the financial markets of the world are already, you know, being lost. And so I think when, you know, the more that happens, the more that the U.S. isolates itself, you know, from working with other countries, the more that the material effects are going to be felt here, you know. And so that's when it's really gonna, you know, gonna be a change, is when the, you know, the excesses that we, you know, enjoy here from, you know, the exploitation of you know, the rest of the world, really, you know, once that starts to go away, then I think that's when things will really change.
I agree. I am so sad, but we have so many guests. I definitely love talking to you.
Oh, yeah.
And I thank you so much for joining. What do you want to leave the viewers with? What do you want them to take away?
Well, I mean, I think just like your last guest said, get involved, get involved somewhere. I've been for the last few months organizing with Artists Against Apartheid. You can find the statement at againstapartheid.art. If you are any sort of artist, cultural worker of any sort, get involved. Join an organization, you know, and start to work with other people, because we can't do this alone. We have to do, you know, this has to be a mass movement and a mass mobilization. So, you know, get out there and you know, start to work with other people to build this, you know, build in this struggle, basically.
Absolutely. I appreciate you so much. And I also appreciate Eve 6 for, you know, using their platform to, you know, you guys use your big platform to speak out about human rights issues. And a lot of bands don't give a fuck. A lot of bands haven't even so much as posted a meme or a hashtag. So I think it's amazing, and I'm proud to know you guys, and just thank you so much.
Yeah, well, thank you, and for all the years of support, and I'm always here for you, and you know, such a great show you've got going tonight, and I hope the rest of it goes well. And I'm honored that you asked me to be a part of it.
Thank you so much. Much love, John.
All right, let's talk to you soon.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
He's just darling. You know, the first time I saw them was about 25 years ago, and I just kept going to see them over and over and over and over because I love their music. So I've seen them over 20 times now, must be. So we just kind of became friends through my groupiness, I guess. But yeah, I mean, they're good dudes. And I think, you know, people with a platform, we have a responsibility to use our platform to talk to people about what matters. So I do want to remind everyone why I'm doing this tonight. This is about mutual aid for Gaza. There are links in the description for GoFundMe's for people in Gaza. Specifically, they're all people with families, and there's one of a woman with her family in Congo. So please, if you can chip in a few bucks, please do. At the very least, please share this stream and put in a quote tweet, please donate or share, because the whole point of tonight is that I have over 25,000 followers, and every time someone in Gaza asks me to share one of their GoFundMe's, I'm lucky if it gets 3 shares. And that's just simply not okay. So marching and protesting and everything, it feels so good, and we all love doing it. But the humanitarian aid loss is one of the biggest, you know, genocidal issues right here, and we got to step it up, even if it only means sharing the links. Also, if you're watching on Twitter, I see there's a huge group of people watching on Twitter. Click over to YouTube, smash like, smash subscribe. That is the only thing that is going to help my algorithm. And then you can go right back to Twitter if you'd like. But Matt, I think my next guest is here. Hello.
Hey there.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. It's great to be here with you. Thanks for inviting me.
Absolutely. So many freaking great guests. This is like unreal. I always ask you every time. I'm like, I know I can count on my man. Like he's definitely down for any time I ask him for something with mutual aid.
You do such great things and you lead the way. So it's always a pleasure to do my tiny part and join you for some good fellowship.
Aw, thanks, comrade. Well, this is my dear friend. I always call him Mr. Cepeda, because you're like smart and shit. So,
Thank you.
He writes great articles as well. Why don't you fully introduce yourself and share the topics of your writing and things like that?
Well, thanks. Yeah, my name is Elias. I'm on Twitter, liking Joy's stuff at Elias Cepeda. And yeah, do a number of things. We do a number of things. I'm a working journalist, have been since 2006, and cover mostly in international affairs, just matters of public affairs largely. And we have a nonprofit organization in Chicago as well, Pilsen Defense and Access, that does mutual aid, community self-defense training, and immigrant neighborhood that I'm from. And I also teach composition, English literature, and critical theory in university. But yeah, no, writing about a bunch of stuff. My most recent article for the Global Times, Chinese government outlet, is on tariffs, new tariffs, old tariffs from President Trump in the past, President Biden now, continuing on those tariffs and criticizing them, tariffs on Chinese products, specifically electronics and things being used in the so-called green economy. I've been writing a bit about my article prior to that for the Global Times was about campus protest, and so yeah, I definitely focus on all things political, but as you know, everything in life is political. So try to touch on everything really as it intersects with race, with class, with empire.
Absolutely. Well, I don't think I texted you after this, but did you see how I'm not going to Chicago after all. Did you see how the DNC canceled their damn convention?
I did. This is, isn't that? I know. I'm glad we're going to get a chance to talk about that, because that is, the last few days or a little bit more than that. That's thrown me for a little bit of a loop. I'm trying to connect with the main organizers, doing a lot of the things, because people have been prepping, and we were trying to, especially with the nonprofit there, we're trying to do our part. Where our community center in Pilsen is a short sprint from the United Center, where the Bulls and the Chicago hockey NHL team play. And so we've been planning to do trainings, additional trainings for protesters. We already have been doing self-defense trainings for protesters and raising money for families in Gaza, like you are tonight. And we've been trying to plan for it not because of protesters, but because of the government, because of the police. We expected it to be very, very violent, right? And so we wanted it to be a safe space, wanted to help people prepare, wanted to get supplies, and it's a strange feeling, right? You're like, well, I guess there'll be maybe people won't get beaten up by the police if we're not there, but at the same token, people want to go there, they want to be heard, and they want to speak up for a host of issues, which are two-sided monopoly on electoral politics that we have that operating in America operate, including this Holocaust going on, this escalation of the 75 years plus ethnic cleansing and genocide that's been going on at the behest of the United States. So yeah, it's a strange position because I know I've seen organizers saying we're still going to march, right? We're still going to march. We're still going to do it. I wonder how this is. My question, I guess, is like you were just saying. You're like, oh, I'm not going to go, and it takes so much resources for people like you to like go. I'm lucky. We're in Chicago. I'm like, of course I'm going to be there. It's right there. I can walk. It's easy for me, right? But people were going to be coming from all over the world, and I'm wondering how many people just aren't now. Understandably, right? Understandably. Because you're already going to be ignored by the press until something ugly happens and they blame it on protesters, right? So yeah, I'm very curious what's going to happen. The different organizers have been applying for permits to be within sight and sound of the stadium where the convention was going to be held, and of course they were getting rejected by our progressive democratic socialist mayor that everyone's so excited about, that supports Israel, that is increased police funding and all sorts of things, right? And they said, you know what? They reject our permit. We're still going to show up, right? So there's going to be a lot of arrests. But yeah, no, I'm really curious how it's going to affect turnout. I wonder, have you heard what the Republicans are going to do? Because the Republicans are the month prior in Milwaukee, like 90 minutes from Chicago. I don't know.
Yeah, but they're in July.
Right. Are they still going to do a real convention, or are they going to?
I believe so. Because, I was at Occupy DNC in 2016. I was there for 6 days. We marched 8 miles a day and over 100 degrees. And we were outside that damn, convention center. They had snipers on the roof. I am not even kidding you. Hillary supporter came up and spat on me. I was like, really? It was crazy. It was so bananas. And nothing happened. The only thing that happened was we all kicked the wall down because they put a fence blocking us and blocking us from the parking lot. And we're like, So we all just jumped on it. But there were no fights or anything like that.
Right.
And, so that it could have went much worse. But 2020, we were going to protest in Milwaukee. And then they're like, oh, because of COVID, it's going virtual. And we were like, fuck. So we didn't go to that. And now this one, we're like, okay, it's time to go again. And then they're like, oh, it's because of Ohio ballot bullshit. Nobody in Ohio is going to vote for you, dude. Shut up.
No, isn't that great? Everyone, the Democrats are like, this if President Biden loses this election, we're losing a democracy, which we've never had one. But isn't it funny? In 2020, the shenanigans they did with in-person voting, they basically, they always do things to dampen voting, but they really went out of their way in the primaries to dampen voting. And then, like you said, they went, partially remote. The whole campaign was pretty remote with Biden at that point. And now they're going to, take this. I mean, people are saying this might be the last election we ever have. Well, our elections for president are not democratic affairs anyway, right? Obviously, with the Electoral College. And then the primary system, which these private corporations decide who becomes our nominees. But now it's really getting to an extreme where they're using these things as excuses to just detach them from any semblance or any proximity to people. Now it's really, really, COVID was a concern. It was so much of a concern that they rushed kids, back to school, that they never gave us health care, that now you have to pay for COVID tests. You go to Walgreens, they're behind a locked thing now, right? They're so concerned about COVID that they have to suppress the little, facsimile of democracy we had. And they're so concerned about things now that they have to do this. The real, whatever pretense they're using, the real reason is this was going to be an embarrassment and probably Chicago was going to blow up. I mean, this is, I would say, I don't know. You tell me, because you do direct actions all the time, and I'm a novice at best. with these things, right? An interested novice, Joy. But like, I mean, I feel like even before United States and Israel picked up their genocidal attacks, after October 7th, that righteous prison break from Palestinian liberation groups. Even before that, I feel like I bet groups were like itching to come to Chicago anyway and protest because
I was planning to,
right? Like I bet it was already going to be high energy and people were going to come. Right? Yeah. See, so now with this, I mean, it's going to be bad because in Chicago they're already, again, our mayor's already, sending in his stormtroopers and they're beating up college students at the end of the term, just like they were doing in other places. They set them on Art Institute students. It's a beautiful campus downtown. Like Michigan Avenue, they sent them and they beat them up there. They're beating DePaul University students. So this was going to be, this was definitely going to be bad. The police are very agitated. They're feeling especially, the police forces as they hold us all under siege as an occupying force and operate that way. They feel like they're under siege and they feel like they're in danger and imperiled. And I feel they've been really feeling that too and getting more and more violent. So I think I wouldn't be surprised if the fear from the city to the National Democratic Party was like, this is going to be a mess and it would look too bad to say we're just not going to do it. We're just not going to be there. But yeah, this was going to be ugly. This was going to be ugly. And this is a very small concern, but I was very curious what everyone's relationship to our mayor was going to be after this. And what I mean by that is our Chicago City Council, for the first time in a very long time, as opposed to places like Milwaukee, who had problematic socialists many, many years ago, they're running the city. We have a bunch of young aldermen, a bunch of his relative, but a bunch of young council people. We call them aldermen, alderwomen. We have 50 wards, and each one of them is has a representative. That's our legislature at the city level. A bunch of them in recent years who have been elected who identify as democratic socialists, as progressives, and
I remember that. You guys had that historic thing that they talked about in the Nation and Jacobin, and it was like, Chicago elects DSA people.
Yeah, they had a bunch of DSA endorsed people and I think that's a low standard, but it was historic for us, right? It is. And so a lot of them were publicly, and I'm sure privately too, very excited about this new mayor getting elected, and they have good relationships, and that seemed, supposedly historic, even though I think he's very problematic. But I was wondering how much these relationships are going to strain because Brandon Johnson is our mayor. He's relatively new, right? So when he was running, he's in 2020 he was out in the streets and he was, denouncing police brutality and calling for defunding the police and stuff. Again, a compromise measure, but he was calling for that. And then on the campaign trail, he said, no. I am not gonna reduce the Chicago Police Department's budget by one dime. He said, I'm not gonna do that. Don't worry. He had made overtures saying, Palestinians deserve liberation. And then when it looks like he had a chance to win a couple weeks before the election day, I believe, he got chastised by some Zionist groups and marched into some synagogues. And he said, no. He backed away and he said, no. Israel has a right to exist. The apartheid state has a right to exist, and all that. He's in elected office. He's promising billions of dollars to corporations like Chicago White Sox. He's doing corporate giveaways like all the mayors before him and stuff. But in any case, still these progressives are like, he's still our best chance. He's doing some things like trying to get rid of this thing called Shot Spotter, which is this weird tough on crime surveillance thing, and it's just nonsense.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I might be messing up the name there, but that was a big effort that he got behind. And he spent a little bit of time as a leader of the teachers union, even though now he's on the opposite side of them. So there was, they were still identifying with them. But I was wondering, all of that is to say, I was like, what's going to happen is he's going to call the police, or at least the police are under his direction, right? So he has ultimate responsibility for this, even though they hate him. And he's going to be beating up a bunch of people, right? Yeah. They're going to beat people. They're maybe going to kill people. What is the relationship with these so-called progressive, so-called socialist going to be with this mayor after the city blows up at this convention and he has police out there beating the crap out of people? I guess we won't have to find out now. Maybe if people don't come, if they come, they'll still beat us. But you know, I was very curious, and I could imagine maybe he was not looking forward to that, because now if protests don't really happen in a sizable amount, and he doesn't have to sick the police on us, then maybe he can still go on for longer looking like a so-called progressive.
Right.
Again, that's a minor concern, but as a Chicagoan, I was curious, you know, how those relationships are going to hold up. Could they still say we're with Brandon Johnson after he beats everyone, you know? Because they turned on Tony. I'm sorry, I'm not Tony Preckwinkle, County Commissioner Tony Preckwinkle, but she lost to Lori Lightfoot, who became mayor. Yeah. She ran out of she said, "I'm progressive. I'm going to bring light to it," and she sent police to beat people in 2020. She drew the bridges to trap people downtown and stuff. And her political progressive support evaporated, and she lost really badly. So I was wondering if that would happen again with him, but he might avoid that rock and a hard place situation.
I mean, like, Hillary has called herself progressive. So
right, yeah. No, that's true. I mean, the progressive tradition is actually pretty awful, right? Like the original progressives in the turn of the century, you know, they were very, very racist, and they were very, very patronizing. So it's not, you know, even if we look at like the people that produce the best things of progressive eras, like they were racist, like maybe they were racist against Italians as well as, you know, Lithuanians, as well as Black people, as well as Mexicans, but they weren't great. They were still not amazing. But you're right. If it ever had any positive connotation, it's definitely a loss. And I believe socialist is on its way, at least within America. You know, maybe elsewhere too. But everyone's a socialist.
It's kind of become a pejorative by some, or like leftist. Like it doesn't, you know, like when people like attack us online because of our pro-Palestine stance, they're like, "You leftist!" Like it's used as a pejorative, like it really is.
Well,
so
certainly it is.
Someone labels themselves, I'm just like, if you are, you don't need to say you are. Let's just not.
No, it's true. Everyone's a socialist, right? Like every I mean, there's so many socialist Zionists, right? There were in Israel, so-called Israel. There are now, whomever, all the people being targeted by AIPAC still. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the fact that she has like, you know, conveniently good enemies doesn't make her good. She's a Zionist. Jamal Bowman, he's being targeted by AIPAC. He's a Zionist. You know, he just wants to.
DSA tried to. They expelled him.
Yeah,
I posted that article last night. Everybody forgot about that. I'm like, do you guys not remember when DSA literally expelled Jamal Bowman because he went to Israel and he was like, "Oh, you know, Israel," and they were like, "No, you're not pro-Palestine. You're out." And that was like 2 years ago.
And they haven't, you know, they haven't expelled Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I mean, they just endorsed her, at least in New York, and she literally, you know, make sure she does her part to not stand in the way of funding Israel's, you know, military. She made sure that she didn't vote no against the Iron Dome, and her I don't know, you know, she says like, I mean, if I understood a recent interview correctly, she's moved to the right of that. She said, in light of things, in light of things now, I'd reconsider that and consider voting yes on it, because Israel should be able to defend itself. I mean, you know, it's just these awful maxims, right? But they're socialists, and you know, you could be a socialist and be awful. Obviously, you can be a socialist and be racist. You could be, you know, all these types of things. So yeah, these labels get co-opted. The sense that once they realize like young people are excited about something, then everyone who wants to be hip takes on that as like an aesthetic. They don't have any material support for it or whatever, right? I think, you know, Senator Sanders being labeled a socialist by his enemies kind of hurt it in a way.
Oh,
because whatever he is, he's a democratic socialist. Whatever he supports Israel. Whatever he supported creating and helped create the new Jim Crow system with the crime bill. Whatever he is, he's supported and still hasn't recanted drone assassination programs, as long as it's a guy he likes, like President Obama. Whatever he is, he was endorsing Bill Clinton, right? So like, if that's a socialist, then I mean, fine, I guess. But it kind of reminds me of, I mean, this is not to get into it. I try not to quote him anymore because I'm a bit disappointed in his friendships and fraternity and socialization and defensiveness about it. But Noam Chomsky, Professor Chomsky, he's said much better than I'm about to paraphrase. But he had said, for example, like the definition, like people's understanding of socialism, of communism, was shaped by two really giant propaganda systems kind of lying about it, right? So because there was a lot of positive feelings globally around socialism, the USSR called itself communist, and he maintains, as an anarchist, he's like, this isn't real communism, this is, you know, state capitalism. And, you know, he says the second Russian Revolution he counts as a counter-revolution, makes a good argument for it. He says, so they, you know, we think Russia, it was communist because Russia took that label on because there's positive association. And then we also think that's what communism is because another propaganda system, the United States, using it negatively in a pejorative, like you were talking about, said that's also communist. So he's like, we don't have any real sense of what socialism or communism is because we had two different types of lies saying this is communism. And it really, you know, it isn't. Right. These are always contested terms, right? Like what is socialism? What is communism? What is anarchism? Like comrades can argue and have fun about what is it really, you know, but yeah, you're right. It's a strange thing. Everyone's a progressive. And I almost feel like almost everyone of a certain type is a socialist. And even if they vote for leadership that takes Wall Street money and stuff, they're a socialist.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining. I always love when you stop by. Please promote your organization and your effort helping people in Gaza.
Oh, well, thank you. We're doing a tiny bit. We have started to do some of our fundraising around families we know in Gaza, like you're doing, like getting money directly to some people that are there. If you go to pilsendefenseaccess.com, you'll learn a little bit about what we do on a day-to-day basis, and you can also donate. And you know, the money from that goes to a lot of things, including our kids' self-defense programs, violence prevention programs, and also to putting on these fundraising seminars we're doing for people in Gaza. Thank you. Yeah. So we're redesigning, but it still has a little info. You can contact us there. You can click and donate there. But yeah, we're in the Pilsen neighborhood of Chicago. Thank you so much for doing what you do, Joy. I really appreciate this, and it was really nice to be on with you. And yeah, thank you for showing the site there. You can do a monthly give. You can do a one-time give. We are a 501c3 organization, so you can write off what you donate. And right there on the website, you'll get a receipt given to you right there. After you donate, it'll automatically give it to you, and then you can, you know, put that on your taxes, and you can write it off. So it is tax deductible, anything you donate to us.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, brother. I love you, and I will talk to you soon.
Love you too. Thanks, Joy. Talk to you.
Bye-bye. All right. Well, I am just so damn fortunate to have so many fabulous people. Like I said, I had to freaking extend this an hour because so many people said yes. That never happens. Every time I do a mutual aid event, it's like I ask like 20 people and 5 are like, maybe. So this was excellent. Just a reminder, that is why I'm doing this. This is a mutual aid event. There are 8 GoFundMes in the description. And one is for Congo, for a family in Congo, and the other 7 are for families in Gaza, who have reached out to me personally, and asked to share. And it wasn't getting any traction at all, on Twitter. It never does. So I decided to do this and hopefully bring some more attention to these GoFundMes. If you can chip in a few bucks, awesome. If you can't, please at least quote tweet and share them, because maybe someone else can. Matt, can you bring in my next guest? Hello.
Hello, Joy. How you doing? Uhuru. Uhuru. It's good to be here with you.
You too. Thanks so much for joining. Jesse, I had Penny on last month. Yes. Can you introduce yourself to those who may not know Uhuru 3?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Joy, for having me on, and thank you for your great interview with APSC Chairwoman Penny Hess. I did tune in for that. It was very powerful, and you do a great job. And I just want to appreciate you doing this event and encourage people who are tuning in to, go to that description, click those links, donate, support this fundraiser, and continue to express our solidarity with the heroic people of Palestine who are engaged in a life or death struggle for national liberation and, a struggle against colonialism, and just salute the heroic Palestinian resistance. And in terms of just kind of introduction, as you said, my name is Jesse Nevel, and I am the chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. Uhuru means freedom in Swahili. And the Uhuru Solidarity Movement is an organization of white people that works under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. And we work in the white community to win other white people to stand in solidarity with the Black liberation struggle, with African people inside the borders of the US and around the world, and in unity with all colonized and exploited and oppressed peoples around the world, the indigenous people, the Mexican people, the Palestinian people, all oppressed peoples around the world who are fighting for self-determination. And our work is specifically geared towards building a movement in the white community for reparations to African people. And the African People's Socialist Party is led and was founded over 50 years ago by Chairman Omali Yeshitela. He came out of the Black Power movement of the 1960s, and in 1972 co-founded the African People's Socialist Party with the goal to complete the Black Revolution of the 1960s. The goal of the African People's Socialist Party is the total liberation of Africa and African people everywhere, and the complete dismantling and defeat of colonialism that was built on the backs of African people and genocide against the vast majority of the peoples of the planet Earth. So Chairwoman Penny Hess is the leader of the African People's Solidarity Committee. That's the cadre organization that the party created back in 1976. And I'm also a member of that organization. Uhuru Solidarity Movement is our mass organization that exists now actually in over 130 cities throughout the US as well as in Canada.
Awesome. That's so amazing. I invited you on because you are an organizer, an activist, you do so much, but also because what you're going through very much correlates with what is going on as far as censorship and the lack of free speech and, taking on apartheid, colonialism, trying to have a voice for something and then getting penalized for it. So for those who are tuning in who don't know what Uhuru 3 is, can you give a summary of what you and your two comrades are going through?
Yes. So I'll start by talking a little bit about when this sort of came to public view. It was on July 29th of 2022, so almost 2 years ago, at 5 o'clock in the morning here in St. Louis, Missouri, where I'm located, and 6 o'clock in the morning in St. Petersburg, Florida, which is an hour ahead. So it was coordinated between two states to happen at the same time. The US government, in the form of their secret political police organization known as the FBI, executed an incredibly violent military-style siege on the buildings of 7 homes and offices of leaders and members of the Uhuru movement and the African People's Socialist Party. The primary target of these FBI raids was the home of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and his wife, who's also a powerful leader in the African People's Socialist Party, the deputy chair of the APSP, Ona Zane Yeshitela, they were actually awake at their kitchen table at 5 a.m., getting ready to start their day and go to the Uhuru House Center in North St. Louis. And they live in, a deeply impoverished, exploited African working class community in North St. Louis. They were getting ready to go to the Uhuru House to preside over a training of African women from the community to become doulas and birth workers. Because this is the kind of work that the Uhuru movement does. It's about building self-determination and anti-colonial power in the hands of African people. So they're building this program to address the genocidal conditions of infant and maternal mortality faced by African women and mothers and parents and children and babies in this country. And at 5 o'clock in the morning, as they're sitting at their kitchen table, all of a sudden, there's this loudspeaker outside saying, "This is the FBI. Come down with your hands up, nothing in your hands, follow orders." They sent in drones. They banged through the doors with battering rams. They handcuffed them. They told them to sit on the curb to humiliate them, which they refused to do. And they used flashbang grenades and assault weapons and all kinds of military weaponry to basically raid their home for hours. And they did the same thing to the home of Penny Hess, who lives with another comrade, Kitty Riley. They did the same thing to Akile Anai, who's a young, brilliant leader in the African People's Socialist Party in Florida. They did the same thing to the Uhuru House in St. Petersburg, Florida. They did the same thing in this building where I'm sitting right now talking to you, which is the Uhuru Solidarity Center in South St. Louis in the white community. And finally, they did the same thing to my home, which is upstairs in the apartment above this office, where I live with my comrade and wife, Amanda. We were also handcuffed at gunpoint, and they raided this property for 6.5 hours. And, come to find out, and nobody was arrested that day, by the way. Even though people were handcuffed and put in the back of a police van, they eventually took the handcuffs off and said, "Oh, well, no one is actually under arrest." And we come to find out that they said, "Well, you're going to see in the news later today that a Russian national in Russia was indicted by the Department of Justice, and your name came up in relationship to that indictment. And so that's why they got these search warrants." And of course, what we come to learn is that the US government had indicted a Russian man named Alexander Ionov on this bogus conspiracy plot that the US government concocted, that this person in Russia, who they claim was working for the Russian government, was actually puppeteering the African People's Socialist Party in a criminal conspiracy to sow discord in the United States and interfere in so-called US democracy, right? So Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Penny Hess, myself, and Director Akile and I, we were characterized as unindicted co-conspirators in that first indictment. 9 months later, they indicted the three of us, and they indicted us on bogus, manufactured, absurd charges. One of conspiracy to commit an offense against the United States government, which has a 5-year prison sentence. And the other charge is functioning as an illegal foreign agent of a foreign government without notifying the Attorney General's office, which has a maximum prison sentence, 10 years in federal prison. And this is the first time they've ever indicted anyone using this law purely based on words. They didn't charge us, they didn't accuse us of engaging in bribery or, murder or drug trafficking or violence or of any kind, or blowing up buildings. They said that that the Uhuru movement, the chairman, made speeches, held meetings like this one, public events, that they published a petition to charge the United States government with the crime of genocide against African people, according to the United Nations Convention on the Punishment and Prevention of the Crime of Genocide, that the Uhuru movement waged a campaign for reparations to African people and spoke out against the US support of of the war, the US funding of the US proxy war against Russia. And all of these speeches and examples of political speech, which are supposed to be protected by the First Amendment in the so-called Bill of Rights of the US Constitution, were used as the basis for this indictment. And it's really clear that this attack on the Uhuru 3, the primary target is Chairman Omali Yeshitela. He's 82 years old. He is an incredible freedom fighter, leader, revolutionary leader, known and beloved by African people and other oppressed peoples around the world for fighting for more than 60 years of his life to complete the African Revolution and end the colonial suffering and misery that's been imposed on African people for hundreds of years to benefit white people, to benefit the colonizer, to enrich the colonial mode of production, as he calls it. And this is no different. This is consistent with the attacks that this government, the FBI, made against Marcus Garvey. The FBI cut its teeth going after Marcus Garvey in the 1920s. We know about COINTELPRO, where the US government, the FBI, waged vicious counterinsurgency war against the Black Revolution in the 1960s. And this is no different. This is a continuation of that. And if they were successful in convicting Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Chairwoman Penny Hess and myself, it would be the end of the First Amendment as we know it. It would be the end of free speech. It would give them a green light to literally charge anyone they want at any time for saying anything they don't like, just by saying that a foreign government told you to say it. And all they have to say to prove that is that your views on that issue happen to align with the views of a foreign government. Joy, you probably saw Nancy Pelosi a few months ago go on TV and say she wants the FBI to investigate people who support Palestine for ties to Russia. So this is what they're trying to usher in. And that's why the case of the Uhuru 3 is so important. It's the test case that they're trying to use to usher in a new era of escalated repression of anti-colonial speech. And we can't let that happen. And that's why the Uhuru movement built the Hands Off Uhuru anti-colonial free speech movement that includes thousands of people and hundreds of organizations across the political spectrum who have come to rally behind the African People's Socialist Party and fight for the right of African people to advocate and organize for their liberation.
Absolutely. And, you know, shout out to Lauren, who introduced me to you guys. Yes. My dear, dear friend. I'm sure she's watching. I love you. So, Matt, can you actually show the one clip I put in the DM? It's of a woman. It's a news clip of a woman. Let me see what it... I really want to listen to Jesse's take on it. It's from today.
Okay.
It's there we go. It's 3 up from the bottom. It's a woman with gray hair. There we go.
The genesis of my move was actually a result of a joint report that the Department of State and the Department of Defense had to submit in response to a request from the White House. And that report was supposed to assess various countries on 2 things: their ability to adhere to international humanitarian law, also known as the Geneva Conventions or the law of war, and whether they facilitate and not obstruct humanitarian assistance. Israel was one of the countries. The other countries we were assessing, there was some debate, some discussion about, but not nearly on the level that we debated and discussed these issues regarding Israel. The subject matter experts are absolutely in agreement that Israel is blocking humanitarian assistance. There is no doubt about that. I was very involved in writing the report up to a certain level, but at some point, the subject matter experts were removed from the report. It was moved up to a higher level, and I myself didn't see it until it was released on May 10th. When it was released on May 10th, I was actually on the point of Israel's adherence to international humanitarian law. I was surprised because the report concluded, as far as I know, the first time the U.S. has admitted that Israel is probably using U.S. weapons to violate international humanitarian law. But I was shocked to see that it stated very clearly that we assess that Israel is not blocking humanitarian assistance. That is patently false. That is not the opinion. It's not just not the opinion. There is data that is showing that Israel is blocking humanitarian assistance.
How insane is that? And props to her because she resigned. So, but I mean, you know, you think how many other times is this happening and the people don't have courage to come out? So you see again, you know, people are being oppressed. So they have the job of looking over these things and determining, you know, is, you know, humanitarian aid being stopped? And they said yes. And it still comes out it's not. Now, we have all seen so many videos of them Israelis taking the food and smashing it and, you know, destroying things and opening boxes of rice and pouring them on the ground and all of these things. And yet still they come out with that report. What are your thoughts on that as someone who's, you know, being silenced?
Well, yeah, I think one thing it made me think of, I mean, I think it's really important that we refuse to be complicit with this genocide that's being carried out and with colonialism in general. And, you know, somebody in the Uhuru Solidarity Movement we really uphold and respect is Aaron Bushnell, and the stance that he took, the statement that he gave in the moments leading up to his death when he said, "I refuse to be complicit in genocide." And that this is what this kind of imposed starvation, hideous brutality that's being carried out, savage, appalling slaughter that's being carried out by the US-backed state of Israel is what the colonial ruling class wants to be normal. They want that to be the norm, something that we just accept. And that, you know, whether we are in the US military or working in the Biden administration or just regular old white people, we have a responsibility to break our complicity from this social system. And as Chairman Omali Shatella says, to abandon colonialism, to abandon the interests of our own ruling class and find our true interests. Our real human interests are not with Biden and you know, and these people, or with the colonial bourgeoisie, but with African people, with Palestinian people, with indigenous people, with the rest of humanity. We can be a part of that, of the human family, but only when we take responsibility for the legacy of colonialism that we inherit and that we have historically carried out and been complicit with, and take the stand of reparations and take the stand of solidarity with African and colonized peoples of the world. And I think this question of Israel, just to say something about that, you know, the idea of Israel committing war crimes or the U.S. committing war crimes reminds me of another statement from Chairman Omali Shatella. He says that America is a war crime. The U.S. the existence of the United States is a war crime. The existence of the state of Israel is a war crime. It's not just that Israel is committing genocide against the Palestinian people. Israel is itself the product of genocide, of an ongoing, nearly century-long process of colonial genocide against the Palestinian people. And I say, as a Jewish person, and I know there are many other Jewish people out there, especially in these times, who refuse to, go along with this assumption of automatic allegiance to the so-called Jewish state. This idea that we're fed growing up that the Jewish identity is intrinsically bound with undying, unquestioning loyalty to the state of Israel. I think those days are over. I think the Palestinians have shattered forever with their brave and courageous resistance that odious and false notion that we're given as Jewish people. And I think more and more Jews want to stand with the Palestinian resistance. And one of the things that we've done in the Uhuru Solidarity Movement under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party is form a working group called Jews Against Colonialism, because we believe that Jewish people have a responsibility and an interest to stand with the Palestinian people and to stand with African and indigenous and colonized peoples everywhere. And that is not the same as saying that we're for peace, quote unquote, or that we're for a two-state solution or something like that, or putting terms and conditions on what kind of Palestinian resistance we are going to support. The Palestinian people have a right to free their land, to free their people by any means necessary. And we don't have the right to say, oh, well, you have the right to resist, but only when you do it this way. Right. The Palestinian people have a right to use whatever means available to them to fight for their liberation. And all of that land belongs to the Palestinian people, all of it. They say from the river to the sea, every last inch belongs to the Palestinian people. And the state of Israel is modeled on the largest, oldest colonial settler state in the world, the one we live in. The United States is a colonial settler state built on genocide, built on slavery, built on ongoing colonial oppression of African people and indigenous people, Mexican people who are colonized within the borders of the US. And we have to, be able to see that as white people. We can't walk over the Palestine right here that we stand on to protest what the same system is doing in other parts of the world. And Palestinian and African people have always been locked at the hip in a struggle against colonialism. African people, I'm in St. Louis in 2014, as is well known, when the African community rose up after the murder of Mike Brown. Palestinian people were sending messages to the people in Ferguson on how to deal with tear gas and how to respond to the kinds of repression being meted out against them, because it's one system. It's one colonial system. Chairman O'Malley says there's not many colonialisms. There's one colonial mode of production built on the backs of the enslavement of African people and the genocide of indigenous people and colonialism, carried out around the world. And therefore there's one anti-colonial struggle, and we can be a part of it as the colonizers. The colonizers can become anti-colonialists. And that's what this is about.
That is, wow. I got to have you back on when we have more time, and have Chairman O'Malley as well, for sure. Definitely. Give people an update. Your trial's in September, right?
Yes. So thank you so much, Joy. Yeah, this has been great.
Yeah, for sure.
And shout out to Lauren. Yeah, Lauren is an awesome here. Incredible. Really salute Comrade Lauren. And yes, we do have a trial. Right now, the trial is set to begin in Tampa, Florida, in the federal court on September 3rd. And we are calling on everybody to be there. Anybody and everybody who can be there should do everything you can to be in Tampa for that trial. You can go to handsoffuhuru.org/trial, and there's actually a form you can fill out to let us know that you're planning to come, what days you can be there. There's a lot of different teams you can actually be a part of. Like there's a whole media team that's going to be working on covering the trial while it's happening, and other kinds of organization. There's going to be rallies, there's going to be teach-ins, there's going to be events. There's going to be a lot happening both in the court and outside the court in September. And they're expecting it to be a month-long trial. So they think that they're putting Chairman O'Malley, Shatella, and the Uhuru 3 on trial, but the chairman has said from the beginning, no, the people, the African Revolution is putting the state on trial. They're putting the FBI on trial. They're putting colonialism on trial. And that's definitely not something anybody would want to miss. So handsofforhuru.org is where you can get more information.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Jesse. It was wonderful to finally meet you.
Likewise.
Thank you so much. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, Joy. Talk to you soon.
Okay. Bye-bye. Well, I somehow, after all of this awesomeness, it's been almost 4 hours of just incredible people in conversation, but I actually still have one more guest. But a reminder to everyone why I am doing this. Mutual aid for Gaza. I have over 25,000 followers, and I share these mutual aid links, and it gets, if I'm lucky, 3 shares. So there are mutual aid GoFundMe links in the description of this very live stream. There are 8 of them. One of them is for a family in Congo. The rest is for families in Palestine. Chip in a few bucks if you can. If you cannot, please share them. That is the least we can all do. Also, if you donate, please put in the comments. You don't have to put how much or anything like that, but please put it in the comments so we can give you a shout out. If you're watching on Twitter, please click over to YouTube to smash the like and the subscribe, because otherwise that does not help my algorithm at all. So now that I've rambled about that, Matt, can you bring in my finale here?
Hello.
Saya
Hi.
Rathbone. I'm going to call you Saya Rathbone because it just sounds British.
It does. It is, I think. It's a family name. You can hear me okay, by the way?
I can.
Okay.
I can.
Okay,
Where
cool.
are you?
I am in New Orleans, Louisiana, the Big
No,
Easy.
but is that like a wall or what is
Oh,
that?
yes. This is, I'm in the warehouse district. So it's, I'm in an
That's
old
amazing.
apartment building. Yeah.
Oh, that's so great. I was like, I know I'm blind, but what is that? It looks like some cool structure.
It's a brick wall. We put all the liberals on the wall. When you say something really liberal, we have to give you the wall. It's a bit. Yeah, I do.
Well, Matt, can you play the one video I gave you in DM? If you guys don't know who this is, I don't know, but if you don't, he's the gentleman with the eyes and the beautiful hair.
If you claim to support Peace State, but you don't support H Group, and furthermore, you condemn H Group for playing violins on Octagon 7, then you don't support the P people, you don't support the P State, and you don't support the P cause. But why, you ask? Isn't P resistance bigger than H Group? No. H Group is the material, real-world opposition to the I State's T-wordism, deploying moral idealism against a third world resistance group fighting their own annihilation, systematically deinstitutionalized and deprived of their human rights in what is considered the worst humanitarian crisis on earth before Octagon 7, when their drinking water was 97% poison, when half their population was legally labeled food insecure, when 80% of their population was wholly dependent on foreign handouts from humanitarian organizations, when 90% of their economy was reduced to being smuggled in through tunnels, just means that you are a deeply unserious person. Upholding the poorest place on earth, a place more densely packed than Tokyo, in which Western leaders have likened the living conditions to an open-air concentration camp, to the standards of the rich Western European countries and the United States rules-based order, which is criminally culpable in perpetrating the humanitarian crisis in the first place, is absolutely ridiculous. Keep in mind that it is always a common feature of liberalism to support all resistance groups and movements against tyranny, except for the present one. Are you implying that you know more about P resistance than the actual P people who are resisting? Are you seriously suggesting that all H-letter groups of resistance in the Middle East who were fighting against United States imperialism should be condemned for not upholding and integrating Western values into their culture? Are you attributing the label of fascist T-word to H group and not I state? What you label as radical extremism is cultivated in the soil of repression. If anyone in this geopolitical situation is worthy of the label radical extremist religious fanatics hell-bent on T-wordistic violins, it's I state. Think about it. After 60 years of illegal occupation, suffocating blockade and siege.
It cuts off. I forgot. Yeah. I don't have. I don't subscribe to. Apartheid Clyde wants me to pay to be able for the privilege of uploading longer form content, and I refuse to do so.
Yeah.
So it cuts off at 2 minutes and 20 seconds, but it goes on. But,
well,
yeah.
Just that dose.
It was already right. Yeah, it was already pretty long.
I've been watching your videos for, I don't know, a few weeks, and I just fell in love with them. I love how you are, your sarcasm, but also you're incredibly knowledgeable about what's going on. And when I looked you up on YouTube, I found you've only really been doing this for like 4 months. Is that correct?
Well, on YouTube, it's sort of my new project, I guess, is to grow my YouTube channel. But that I would say, I mean, like, it's sort of a longer journey, I guess. Before doing TikTok videos and like talking about these subjects, I was making music and like writing songs. So I was doing that for a few years, and then I don't know, you go through phases, and the songs that I was making, the music that I was making was very political. And I just decided, well, now I just kind of want to start talking about it. So I just, started a TikTok account about a year ago, a little over a year ago, in fact. And that was like, I was like, okay, I'm just going to start talking about things that I'm passionate about. And I started to get, a lot of engagement through that. So I kept on with it. And but yeah, the whole thing about, I mean, obviously as soon as October 7th happened, that became the most important thing for me to talk about. And so I just sort of devoted my page to be less about, U.S. imperial history or, U.S. imperialism or foreign policy or domestic policy. I just started focusing on Palestine. And I went and, got a bunch of books and just started reading them. And I would say that I always, believed in free Palestine. Like I think from afar, you can see what's actually going on, but I didn't really know the details, in other words. And so I wanted to really know the story, I guess is what I'm trying to say, because there was a lot of, there's a lot of propaganda. And so how do you fight that? And I just don't want anybody to, try to steamroll the conversation. I want to call those things out. So that's what I started doing.
Absolutely. So now we see, on there was an audio tape that came out from the ADL, just complete douche canoe, who's saying that they wanted TikTok down because of the effect it's having on the election, because it's primarily a free Palestine, forum, essentially. Yeah. So what are your thoughts on that they're, trying to take that away from us?
Well, I mean, obviously it's certainly not good. I wouldn't even say, I'm not even sure if we could call TikTok a free Palestine app, but I think it's more, I guess, sympathetic to pro-Palestinians, pro-Palestine content, more so than, Twitter or Instagram. But I've also found that making these videos is, I've gotten a lot of strikes on my account. I've gotten permanently banned from going live on TikTok for, supporting Hamas, for supporting the third world armed resistance groups fighting against, this tyranny. And I've had to skirt the censors and, have to say it a different, like even in that video we just played, I mean, it's just it sounds like ludicrous how I'm having to go around I can't say Palestine, I can't say Israel, I can't say Hamas, Can't mention a genocide, can't mention ethnic cleansing. If I do say those words, I have to substitute them in the captions with emotes or whatever. I just think, I think TikTok, I think the idea that TikTok is like I don't know, an insurgent entity in the United States is just, isn't it all run by NATO? Isn't the censorship program or whatever, Oracle, I think it's called, isn't that run by, it's like staffed by NATO officials or like ex-NATO people? I mean, I think it's still, I don't think, China has control over the content in American TikTok, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, I mean, on the other hand, my following did grow after October 7th. But I also thought, well, that's because I'm speaking the truth.
Right.
Where else? Why is it left up to us? Why is it left up to independent, non-funded, TikTok terminally online content creators who are, don't have a media team, don't have corporate funding? Why is it left up to us to tell the truth? Because we're not getting that from corporate media. And that's the real problem. That's the real problem of this whole thing is, CNN and Fox News and MSNBC and all this stuff. So I don't know.
That's a good point, how you can tell if someone's telling the truth. Like, I've done this 8 years, but like, I've been mostly blind for 3 of the years. And it's like, I don't get paid shit. You know what I mean? I just do it because I want people to know what's going on. So like,
absolutely,
the second you see like a paycheck and shit like that or sponsors, it's just like, no.
It's actually kind of insane how many people are like, they just believe that you must be some sort of paid informant because you have a backbone. You actually have, care, you actually have a spine, it's just in this political economy, it just seems so foreign to care about other people, even if it's not like directly affecting you, which I still think it is. But yeah, it's just, it's wild. So yeah, I still, to this day, I went to Qatar last December to speak on media censorship, the very thing that we're talking about. I got invited by Al Jazeera, and still to this day, people think I must be a Qatari informant. I must be paid by Hamas. I must. It's wild. I mean, I wish that I was, to be honest with you. If Hamas, if you're listening,
make money. I mean, come on. Soros owes me like freaking 5 years.
Right.
Like, Russia owes me. Everyone owes me.
Yep.
That's rad though that you went to Qatar. What was like? How did they reach out to you? What was that in regards to?
Honestly, I thought it was like a scam because just because my TikTok was growing with followers and everything, so I would get emails, but you can't really. 9 times out of 10, it's spam. But so I initially thought I opened this email and I just initially thought this has got to be a scam. It says Al Jazeera, but there's no way. And slowly I started to piece it together, because then they emailed me again. They said, "We haven't heard from you. Can you please let us know if you'd be willing to come and speak at this event?" And then another content creator I knew of was invited, and so I was like, "Oh, okay, maybe this is actually legit." So I eventually did respond. Long story short, we worked it all out, and yeah, they did fly me out there, and but it was just to talk. It was really just about talking about the media censorship that I was facing because I was pro-Palestine, which is apparently like a big no-no. But yeah, and that was basically it. I mean, it wasn't really some I don't know. It wasn't too crazy. It was just I got an email and I responded to it, and then it sort of happened. But I was very fortunate to go. I got to see a part of the world that I would have never gotten to see, and talked with actual Palestinians, whether they were reporters, journalists, actual resistance fighters, and listening. I got to go to the forum and listen to all the colorful, nice speeches that they give in support of human rights. But I just didn't think that there was enough time to really change anything. But I was going to be there. I was just going to go there and give the interview and speak on behalf of Palestine. Is basically it, you know.
That's amazing. And now we see what's happened to Al Jazeera in Israel.
Yeah,
So
now they're banned.
what's that?
Yeah. Yeah, I said that now they're banned, right? Then they just
Yeah. Did you see the video? They went in and like took all their shit and everything, just closed it down.
I heard about it, yeah. But I
Yeah.
don't think I actually saw it. But I remember when that was happening. No, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, Israel is, I mean, is just completely belligerent. Everything they do. Your previous guest, I was listening to him, Jesse. That motherfucker spitting. He was telling it like it is, you know. And
Amazing.
yeah, he kind of said everything that I was gonna say, you know. But yeah, Israel has, you know, is doing. They're doing all kinds of bad shit, and yeah, one of those things is banning, you know, any sort of opposition media narrative, you know.
But the irony is they're totally cool with their IDF soldiers going on TikTok bragging about smashing, you know, mutual aid, you know, putting on lingerie of the women's whose homes they blow up, peeing on people they've unalived, things like that. And they're just brazenly, you know, like, yeah, look at this. And Israel's cool with that.
Yeah, Israel's a complete genocidal psychopath. I mean, with no empathy, no morals. I mean, just the worst part of humanity is concentrated in the Israeli state, you know. And the fact that it's so revealing to see how much they're allowed to get away with. And it sickens me. I mean, every damn day we get up and look at the nightmare box and there's another massacre. There's a beheaded baby. I mean, it fills you with anger and sadness. And it's, you know, just to think about what these people are going through. And it's all because of my government. You know, that's it's being done with my money, with, you know, with my complicity, basically. I mean, that's just, it's really upsetting. And I feel, you know, like I'm sure a lot of us feel just hopeless. How do you stop this? I mean, it's the world's run by a bunch of psychopaths, and I think most people are good. I think the overwhelming world consensus is that this should stop. You know, the overwhelmingly, but you know, because of the nature of the class-based society that we live in, we have a fraction at the top that want it to continue, and so it does. And I think it all goes back to the class war. You know, to me, that's
it does.
Yeah.
Matt, can you show? I'm not sure if I put it in our DMs, but I shared two things tonight about oil that's being, let's just say, enjoyed in Palestine. So, I mean, that was predictable, but I mean, as an American, you know, when Biden's, you know, goes over Congress's head and says, no, I'm still going to send weapons. I'm still going to send money, regardless of what they say. And now he's saying, if you go in and arrest Netanyahu, we're going in to stop it. Like, as an American, what's your response?
That's just absolutely insane. I mean, you know, it's the United States of Israel. Israel's like, this should be treasonous. You know, the fact that, you know, AIPAC should be treasonous. Biden is, you know, like your last guest said, Biden is a war criminal. Or maybe that was the guest before it, but
I think they all said
they all say it. Yeah. I mean, it's absolutely insane. And, you know, we're in election year and people are still, you know, touting this vote blue no matter who line and the lesser two evils. Like, what more do you need to see? I mean, the Democratic Party is supporting, funding, and minutely involved in the planning of an ongoing live stream genocide being televised to you every day. And if 15 to 20,000 dead children doesn't tell you, you know, doesn't stir any sort of emotion within you to wake up and realize that neither the Republican or the Democratic Party are looking out for you and only, you know, serve their moneyed constituents, then I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else that you need to see. But, you know, it's a corporate duopoly, you know, and they're controlled by the same class of people. This will continue under Biden or under Trump. It doesn't, I don't think it materially makes a difference. And so that's why I'm trying to tell workers, like, we gotta unite, you know, in the economic sector. I think that's where the real change is going to happen. We need to do what the Houthis are doing. We need to go, well, you know, the Houthis are literally doing what every, like, actual, like, morally competent person should be doing, which is trying to put an end, you know, to this genocide by any means necessary. And, you know, actually under international law, the Houthis are correct that you should be imposing a blockade on a country that is committing a war crime. And the fact that, you know, the Houthis are vilified for that is wild. But yeah, we need to do that here. We need to, you know, disrupt the supply chain back home as you know, the working class, you know, has the material power over society. We have the material power over the economy. And I just, you know, in election year, I just think that the more people think that we need to go out and vote for this change, I mean, that's just like a fairy tale. I don't know what else you need to see, really.
I don't know if you saw this, but last night, a clip of Trump came out where he was talking to some, I don't know if he was a wrestler or boxer, football player or something.
He was lying.
Of course he was.
Yeah.
Of course he was.
Yeah. To
those who don't know what I'm talking about, he said, "Oh, I'm going to end the war in Palestine." I mean, of course he was lying, but it's still, you know, interesting because it's so, you know, it's election time, you know, and it's
you got to
like,
say the right thing, right?
Yeah, and it's like, I'm still not going to vote for you because I don't believe you, but you do notice these Biden sycophants that say, you know, well, Trump's just going to do it. And it's like, so your threat is he's going to continue doing what Biden is doing. That's
Right,
what
yeah.
your threat is.
Yeah. Tell me that you're coping really hard right now without telling me, you know?
Yeah, right? It's oh my God, it's so bananas. I am so interested to see if the ICC does actually also come at the United States as they are flirting with doing.
That would be insane, right? I mean, that'd be really wild.
It would be insane, but would you support it?
Oh, of course. If they're gonna, you know, I think genocide and Biden should be HANGED. I don't know if I don't want to, you know, get you kicked off a stream or whatever, but yeah, I don't. I mean, every president is a war criminal. I think that, you know, yeah, of course. I mean, I'm surprised that they, you know, that should be very revealing that the ICC has come for Israel, is even, you know.
I know.
And I don't think that even amounts to anything either. Even if they did arrest Netanyahu, you know, I mean, it's like, it's that typical capitalist propaganda to say we got to out this one. It's just that one bad apple that we got to get rid of, and then everything will be fine. Because no, this is a, you know, just like as your last guest said, this is an illegal settler colony. It has no right to that land, and no nefarious state actor being ousted is going to somehow, you know, reform the Israeli state. It needs to be abolished altogether. So, free Palestine, you know?
Absolutely. Matt, can you show that screenshot I put in the DM? It's black with white writing. It's about Netanyahu. I don't know if you saw this today, but it was quite interesting, or last night.
I might not have.
Did you see today how 4 more hostages have died?
Oh, no, I didn't see that. Let's see, the war ends today if Hamas surrenders and frees the hostages. Netanyahu won't agree to hostage release deal unless it. I did see this. This is absolutely disgusting, right? He's got to make sure.
Told their families that.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
What the fuck are you bitching and moaning for? Like, they have tried to do, you know, negotiations so many times, And Netanyahu, even when he puts something forward and Hamas agrees, then pulls back. So, and here we have him saying literally, no, unless it's favorable. And you're still complaining. What about the hostages?
Yeah. Like I say a lot, if you want to incriminate Israel, just quote their officials. And then, it always comes to be that they incriminate themselves. But yeah, I share the sentiment of, John Mearsheimer and Scott Ritter, that when they say that Netanyahu has no interest in ending this war. He knows that his days are numbered. Once the war ends, I say war, I don't mean war, I mean genocide. Let's be clear. But when the genocide ends, when he finally stops the onslaught and the dust settles, he knows that he'll be, taken out of power, and he's going to stop at nothing. I mean, let's be honest. This guy is the worst. Okay, he's off the rails. Like, there's nothing that's going to stop him. I mean, the really sad part is that genocide and Biden could make one phone call and this would all be over, because that is how the Israeli state persists, through the backing of the United States. And without that backing, they are completely encircled, and they'll be done, but it's a sad, pathetic, I want to say world, but I still have hope for humanity. But it's the leaders of the world, are psychopaths.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be in DC again this Saturday. It's on. But I want to talk to you also about, I love NOLA. That's one of my favorite places in the universe. What is, yes, I'm familiar with the universe, apparently. What is the movement like where you are? Are there a lot of rallies and protests?
There's I wouldn't say it's very like, it's not like at a fever pitch, but I do know that there were encampments at Tulane University and Loyola University down here, and there were some protests or encampments in the main square of the city, which were broken up by the police and escalated by the police, as has happened around the country. But honestly, I feel very isolated here, if I'm going to speak honestly with you. I have more, I feel like I'm making more of a dent in how people are thinking about this, and having more of an impact, in 2024, just online, reaching out to people that are all over the world. And I think, so I'm mainly just live streaming every day, going through the news, or reading books on about the history of this awful situation in the Middle East. But yeah, I would say it's probably more, you hear more about it from the protests in LA and New York, not necessarily here.
Right.
But
right.
yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming on. It was so great to kind of like meet you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate what you're doing. And I, just like you said, I just recently learned about you as well, and happy to meet a new friend here. So thank you.
Awesome. What do you want to leave our audience with?
And
give your tangibles.
Oh, my tangibles. You can find, like, just where you could find me, I guess. I live stream every day. I live stream on Twitch and YouTube, and I make a lot of political content on TikTok. And I'm just kind of like I say, just going through each day, go following the news. And if you're interested in joining in and learning with me, I'm basically just learning in real time, basically, is what's happening. So I'm just terminally online, I guess, at this point. But I guess what I would leave you with is just free Palestine. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Comrade, for joining. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Joy. Have a great night.
Take care.
All right. Bye.
Matt, do you want to come on in? Let's talk about these incredible guests. This was amazing. Oh my God, I didn't
Nice
even
work.
have to take a pee break. What's up?
I was worried about you, but
Oh, I'm so sad. AJAMU couldn't have stayed. I knew we would run late. That always happens. I'm sad, but
yeah.
I'm sure he'll come back on. I've had him on before. But yeah, I don't even know. Like, everyone was just so amazing. I'm just so happy this turned out so well, and there were so many guests. If you guys are watching, there is still time to donate to these GoFundMes. Pick one, pick them all. They are directly to families in Gaza. They go directly to them, and one is for Congo. So these are all people who have sent them to me personally, who have reached out for help. And we need to, while direct action is so important, things like this are as well. If you're watching, I see there is a mass of people watching on Twitter. Please jump in, smash the like button, smash subscribe on YouTube. That helps me out with my show. But yeah, Matt, what are your thoughts?
I think you're getting shadow banned, honestly.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The guests were great. They all did great, but your reach is getting throttled.
Really?
Seriously. Yeah. I mean, you're speaking the truth. What do you expect to happen?
Yeah.
I don't know what to do about it.
Yeah, that's why I started streaming on Twitter too, because I noticed, like, I definitely noticed that.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, but
What
I think you're
was
doing
there-
everything you can do.
Yeah. What was one of your favorite guests?
Oh, I like the funny guy at the end, Rathbone.
You
way
know,
he's
I
able to
asked
speak
him,
that way.
I was like, what should I address you as Rathbone, or, you know, what's your first name? And he goes, my name is Rathbone. I was like, really? That's fucking rad.
That's the best name.
That's awesome. You sound like a drummer in a metal band or something. I don't know. Well, thank you so much, Matt. You know, I couldn't have done it without you. You
It's my
guys
pleasure.
watching, I'll be trying to make some clips, putting those out, but please share, please like, please subscribe, and free Palestine.
Preach.
Much love, everyone.
All right. Good night.